Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, New Mexico Department of Game and Fish. And good morning, members of the public. It is so nice to see you all here this morning in beautiful Santa Fe, New Mexico. Today is Monday, April 11th, 2022. It's a beautiful day here in New Mexico in Santa Fe. Our capital, for those of you who are watching us live stream. And thank you again for joining us. Thank you for your patience. It's a little after 9 o'clock. We've had some updates. The reason being that one of our commissioners is unable to attend this morning. We'll find out shortly in roll call. And without further ado, I think we better get going because there are a number of things that we'll be sharing with you all. So, first on the agenda, as I just stated, this meeting is now called to order. And now, Director Sloan, Mr. Secretary for the State Game Commission, could you please give us a roll call?
Madam Chair, I can. Commissioner Salazar Henry.
Present.
Commissioner Lopez.
Present.
Commissioner Archuleta.
Present.
Vice Chair Bates. Excused. Chair Salazar Hickey.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So next on the agenda, it's one of my favorites, actually. It's introduction of guests. I'd like to do a round, as we've done in the past. If you could, those of you present in the meeting, first state your name and your affiliation. And this time, rather than have the commissioners state their names, I think I'd like to start with the guests first, and then we'll go to the commissioners. So I'm going to start with you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is John Behill, and I'm a financial specialist with the department. Good morning, Darren Vaughn, editor for the department.
Good morning, Madam Chair, public. My name is Brandon Nguyen. I'm from Albuquerque. I'm here representing the Nguyen household.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, members of the public, Stuart Wiley, Chief of Wildlife, Game and Fish.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sally Malave. I'm with New Mexico Attorney Office.
Good morning.
Gisela Price, here for New Mexico Cowbells and Cattle Growers Association.
Yeah.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Carrie Romero on behalf of the New Mexico Council of Outfitters.
Mark Matini, Hawaii Village, Laguna Pueblo. I represent no one, but I am a life member of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, and about the equivalent in Defenders of Wildlife, which means I don't always agree with myself.
I'm Catherine McKim. I'm with Pheasant Grove.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Catherine McKim with Pheasants Grove.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Kirk Patton, New Mexico Game and Fish, Chief of Fisheries.
Good morning, I'm Alicia Shaw, State Policy Coordinator with the Western Neighborhood Alliance.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, good morning. Matt Walker, Chief of Beach Life, Environmental Planning Division at New Mexico Game and Fish.
Good morning, Commissioners. Teresa Seamster, Northern Conservation Chair for Sierra. Good morning, Madam Chair. I'm Nicole Tatton, Executive Program Manager for the Department of Irrigation.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, members of the public. I'm Warren Bouvier, Deer Program Manager of the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Paul Royal, Chief of Administrative Services.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Art and I of the Department of Information.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Cody Johnston, Chief Program Coordinator.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioner James Pittman, Chief of Information Education Division.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Martin Correa, Videographer.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, members of the public, Starting Halls, Game and Fish.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. I'm Tristan Bickford. I'm the Department's Communications Director.
Wonderful. And sitting outside, I believe, is Jennifer Montoya. I know she would come in, but she is here. And thank you, Department, for all the work that you're doing here.
She made homemade pumpkin bread.
And she actually, thank you. And just as a point of interest, Jennifer is the one who made the banana bread and the chocolate chip bread that's outside. And so a big thank you to her. And she brought some coffee and we've got some cookies. So please make yourselves at home. Okay, let's start at the end over here. Commissioner?
Tirza Lopez, State Game Commissioner at large member.
Good morning, everybody. Roberta Salazar Henry. I'm from Las Cruces, District 2, and I represent from Socorro down south and the southwest.
Dina Archuleta, at-large member.
And good morning. I'm Sharon Salazar Hickey, and I am the chair, and it's an honor to be here for you all.
Mike Sloan, Director of Game and Fish.
And Valerie Joe from the Office of the Attorney General. Thank you.
Beautiful. Okay, well, now that we've had those introductions, let us continue with agenda item number 4. That's the approval of the agenda. Let's have a little discussion before we have a motion on the agenda. We know that our Vice Chair, Jimmy Bates, is unable to attend, even via Zoom. So we do have a quorum with the 4. I understand, Commissioners, some of you may need to leave early. Let's get that on the record.
Madam Chair, I need to leave by 3:45 today,
Okay.
no later than 3:45. So if it's possible, I would like to move the executive session sometime in the morning.
Very good, Commissioner Salazar Henry. I did speak with one of the attorneys. We have 2 attorneys present at this moment, and we may have a third that needs to attend. And he can be here around 10-ish, between 10 and 11. And we have, I think that's a possibility. So my recommendation is that we continue with the agenda items, and then once that attorney arrives, we can take a break at the end of whichever agenda item he is in, and then we could go right into an executive session. And my apologies, Commissioners, Department, and members of the public, that I cannot give an exact time, but we are trying to work with a number of schedules and the issue of a quorum.
Madam Chair, should we make a motion to amend the agenda to insert the executive session whenever the attorney presents himself?
Absolutely. Is that your motion, Commissioner?
That's my motion.
Second.
Perfect. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Commissioners and Department. Thank you, Mike, for making a note of that. Now let's move on to the next agenda item, which is the consent agenda. It is an action item. We have received read-ahead material. I believe all of this is published on the department's website. A lot of transparency we try to maintain, and it's the approval of minutes from the March 4th, 2022 meeting that we had in beautiful Socorro, New Mexico, and also revocations. Is there any discussion before we just launch in?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
I would like to make a motion to approve consent agenda item A, and I would like to withhold consent agenda item B for discussion of 2 individuals that are on the revocation list.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Oops, sorry. I whacked the microphone, I'm so sorry. Revocations.
Yes,
Let's
ma'am.
have a discussion.
Madam Chair, I want to thank the officers who have invested all their time into doing a really great job out in the field, trying to keep everybody safe and also making sure that violations just don't go unchecked. So I just want to preface that, and I appreciate what this commission has done and the law enforcement division and all the officers in changing the revocation process that we just did last month. But in this list of revocations, there are 2 individuals there that were part of a trio of individuals who were caught out in the field. They allowed, one of them allowed their dog to run down elk, injure the elk. They had to, then these individuals decided they had to put them out of their misery, and they should video it all the while. And then they left the elk out for dead and just wasted the food. And so it is the epitome of egregious. I mean, if I could revoke them forever, I would, just because it so much offends me that that happened. But in order to be consistent with what we have been doing in the past, I would like to recommend, instead of the 7 years revocation, 10 each for Mr. Alex, get my glasses on, Alex Miller and Kason Floty. That's my motion, is to change their revocation from 7 years to 10 years. Each.
I second that motion. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Okay, motion passes. So, another favorite part of my agenda, general public comments.
No, we need a motion.
Oh, I apologize.
There's more on the revocations.
Okay,
Because we just pulled those out for discussion.
exactly, my apologies. Okay,
Okay,
Commissioner.
so this,
Commissioners.
thank
We
goodness.
work as a team.
So my motion is to approve the initial revocation list except for Mr. Alex Miller and Kason Floty as presented in the list.
I'll second that motion. Okay, very good. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay,
My second motion would be,
or third.
or to clarify,
Oh,
is removing the 2
right. you-
individuals. So we're okay with that?
Yes,
Okay.
I think you had 2 clear motions. The
Okay.
first motion was to remove those 2.
Okay.
And then the second motion was everybody else on the
Okay.
list.
Well, I apologize for messing that one up.
Madam Chair, just for the record, I think what you just did was to approve the list as amended with the 2 individuals given 10 years instead of 7.
Correct. Okay, thank you. Are we good with moving on? Yes. Okay. So now we are moving on to agenda item number 6, where we have general public comments. And Director, I believe sometimes I receive cards from you describing who would like to speak. We have a microphone here, and I see some cards coming here to the table. And as I call your name, thank you, Ms. Starr. As I call your name, please come to the microphone. Again, state your name and your affiliation. About 3 minutes, if you could, to speak. I know that the department is very good about keeping an eye on the time and the clock. And so if you could be very direct and brief. So I'm going to start with the first one. Mr. Brandon Nguyen, if you could, please come to the microphone. State your name and your comments.
Can I tilt this up?
Yes, you can.
Morning, my name's Brandon Nguyen, and again, I represent the Nguyen household and my fellow New Mexicans. I don't represent, not a part of any organization, represent anyone else. So I just wanted to take a few minutes in the general comments to address, I know the commission received some letters about the bighorn sheep rule, about lumping the hunt code permits from the New Mexico Wild Sheep Foundation, the Wild Sheep Foundation, and the Boone and Crockett Club together. And in those letters, they will have you believe that if you
Stop lumping hunt codes.
If you
Stop humping.
You can hear me, though.
Oh, we can hear you. We can still hear you.
I don't need this damn thing. So, if you stop lumping hunt codes, that all of a sudden all this non-resident money is going to disappear. And so nothing can be further from the truth. What they're talking about is, so the non-resident money for the license is $21,000. It goes in the game protection fund. Maybe $1,000, that's a generous estimate, goes actually to bighorn sheep conservation by the time it gets mixed with every other use of the game protection fund monies. The money we're talking about is auction permit money, which brings in hundreds of thousands of dollars every year, and the raffle money. That won't be impacted if there's no resident, non-resident, or outfitted draw.
Move the microwave.
Away?
Yeah, that's
There.
perfect. That's perfect.
Hopefully you give me an extra minute while I try to figure out the technology. I usually think I'm kind of, technologically savvy for my ancient age. But so that money will not change. Maybe the raffle tag permit sales money will go up a little bit because if you're a non-resident in New Mexico, if you do this, what we're going to be asking you during the Bighorn Rule, if you do that, the only way you're going to hunt bighorn sheep in New Mexico is by buying a raffle tag, unless you're a person that has a couple $100,000 to buy a single bighorn permit. So what they're trying to get you to believe is that someone that has a couple $100,000 to throw down on an auction bighorn sheep tag is somehow going to be so offended that non-residents can't draw a permit that they're going to protest and not buy that several $100,000 permit. Well, let's be real. People that have a couple $100,000 to buy a single bighorn permit, they don't live in the universe that we all live in. They don't care whether people draw or not. So I don't understand why they're putting up that smoke screen. I really can't understand why they're so concerned about that. If you do get rid of the hunt code lumping, the legislature moves in 2023. They would fix it by legislation before the next draw. There won't even be a year without non-resident or outfitted draw. We're just asking to have you fix it by statute. It has to be. That's what every Western state does. We're just asking you to make that happen, right? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Next, Carrie Romero. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Carrie Romero on behalf of the New Mexico Council of Outfitters and Guides. I generally try to refrain from speaking on items that are not open for public comment. However, I feel that because of the recent social media propaganda and previous comments that have been made to this commission, that I need to make a statement in support of E+ on behalf of the outfitting industry. The Council of Outfitters and Guides is 100% in support of the E+ program. This is a program that has been evolving for over the past 40 years. It has been amended and perfected to the program that we have today. The program is mutually beneficial to both resident and non-resident hunters, outfitters, landowners, and especially elk. The program provides incentive to landowners to tolerate elk as well as to improve habitat. It provides hunters with opportunity to hunt on private land, and it provides wildlife with essential habitat and water resources. The E+ program is coveted by wildlife agencies all across the West, and despite the program's handful of critics, the majority of hunters, both resident and non-resident, truly understand the benefits provided through this program. E+ is a permanent rule. We would encourage the Commission to allow this rule to stay closed and to continue to benefit the New Mexico wildlife. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Any other comments?
Madam Chair, we do have 2 people on Zoom who would like to comment. So I'm going to allow three people. I'm going to allow Joel Gay to speak.
Wonderful. Good morning, Joel Gay. How are you there? Are you there?
Joel, you just need to unmute your microphone.
Hello?
Joel, can you unmute your microphone? I'll go ahead and mute Joel while he works on technology on his end, and unmute Joseph Riviera. Joseph.
Good morning, Joseph.
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you folks.
Good.
see this as well a public comment, but what I would like to do is to pose just one simple question to the commission. You know, I am the gentleman, Joseph Rivera from Artesia, who sent 20 proposals to address the mule deer population on the east side, well, and much of Unit 34, and would just like to know where I am at on all those. If you could please provide a short answer, I would appreciate it.
Is that it? Is any other comments?
No, ma'am. I'm just very interested to see where I'm at on all that. I realized that there was 20 of them. I'd like to know where I sit. I did get the email from the IPA request, you know, as far as the timeline that you folks have to implement a new rule. You know, we still have 2 more commission meetings to address those proposals. And as of today, all I wanted to know is are any of my proposals moving forward?
Okay, very good. Anything else, Mr. Rivera?
No,
Okay.
ma'am, I'm done.
Very good. Do we have Joel Gay, and then I'd like to say something, and then the commissioners can say something.
Great. I have several hands now that have been raised. So Adrian Angula, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to talk.
Hi, good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hey, thank you so much. Good morning, commissioners, and specifically Kristana and the whole IT team that runs the hybrid meetings. I know how painful they are to run, so really just a shout out to the whole department for doing this. My name is Adrian Angulu. I'm the Deputy Director for the New Mexico Wildlife Federation. Thank you all for letting me address you this morning. I just wanted to make a quick comment that I wasn't going to make until someone else opened this up. Related to E+, previous commenter stated that it was basically a win-win-win for everybody in New Mexico, and we'd like to see that rule opened up just so that we can have a good public forum for being able to talk about just how win-win-win it's not, particularly for residents. So I would be suspicious of anybody that says, this is a perfect program, don't open it up because it's so perfect that we don't even need to discuss it. I'll limit my comments to that for now, but really appreciate the opportunity to address that directly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any other comments?
Yes, I'm going to go for Joel Gay again and see if he is able to talk.
Okay, very good. Good morning, Joel.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Very good. Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Joel Gay, the Policy Director for the New Mexico Chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. First, I would like to repeat our request that the Game Commission open the E+ rule in 2022 and consider amendments that we believe would improve elk hunting opportunities on both private and public land. We believe E+ needs a thorough review that incorporates the views of public land hunters as well as landowners and wildlife managers. Second, as you consider the elk rule in the next few months, we would like to point out the need for more public information and greater transparency about elk hunting in New Mexico. Last August, our organization, along with New Mexico Wildlife Federation, submitted an inspection of public records request to Game and Fish for a wide range of information regarding elk license sales. Some of the information has been provided, but much has not. And based on the response from Game and Fish, we're not sure that certain crucial information is available even to the Game Commission. This is information you should have before you consider the elk rule, such as how many private land licenses in the primary management zone are ranch only, and how many are unit-wide. In short, how many so-called private land authorizations are being used on public lands. We have been told the department does not have that information. If that's the case, you should require them to start collecting it. Similarly, the department has told us there is no record of how many over-the-counter elk licenses are sold in the secondary management zone, even as the elk rule allows for unlimited licenses to be sold in that zone. That is information the public should have before you approve the next elk rule. I can provide numerous additional examples, but Backcountry Hunters and Anglers believes the public and the Game Commission itself should have a solid, transparent foundation of data in order to make good decisions on elk management. The North American Model of Wildlife Conservation states that wild game hunting opportunity should be allocated in a fair and equitable manner without regard for wealth, prestige, or land ownership, and that management decisions be based on science. Without data, how can we possibly weigh the merits or drawbacks of proposed changes? Last year, the Legislative Finance Committee issued a damning report regarding elk hunting in New Mexico and called for greater transparency from Game and Fish. Madam Chair, you yourself have promised to promote transparency in order to build public faith in the Game Commission. Now is the time to make good on your promise. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel Gay.
Okay, next up we'll have Mark Maynard. Mark, you are able to speak.
Mark, are you there? Hello, good morning.
Yes, ma'am. It's Mark Maynard. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Thank you for my public comment. I am a resident public hunter, and I am just beginning to learn about the E+ issue. I don't believe it's a win-win for residents. I can't tell you how many hunts I look to apply for, both antelope and elk, that only had outfitter permits available and no public permits available. I think a thorough review is necessary of E+, and at the moment, for what little I know, it does not seem fair. Thank you.
Okay, next up we'll have Ben Neary.
Good morning, Ben. How are you? Hello?
Can you unmute your microphone, Ben? There you go.
Okay.
We
Now
can
you
hear
can hear
you.
me?
Yes, good morning.
Great. Good morning. This is Ben Neary, and I'm the Conservation Director with the New Mexico Wildlife Federation. I'd like to join with what Joel Gay just said. We were in on that application for E+ information and have really been stymied in efforts to get that. So we certainly stand with him on that. My main comment is on the bighorn sheep rule. I know you guys have recently received a legal opinion. I've written to you with our response on that. The legalities aside, I think that the bighorn sheep situation sends a really wrong message to hunters in New Mexico that the commission is willing to overlook the law in order to benefit out-of-state hunters and private hunters on this particular species. As Brendan Nguyen said, this needs to be addressed by the legislature so that you guys can stick within the unclear reading of the state law on the permits. So appreciate your help. Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, and next up we will have Ray Trejo.
Good morning, Ray.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. I have a couple comments. I want to thank you first of all for allowing me to speak this morning. I live down here in Deming and just waiting for the wind to start blowing, so I'm trying to get everything tied down. Anyway, this is regarding the elk, E+ and the elk rule. So I'll try to keep my comments brief and to the point. I appreciate that the elk rule is now being opened up for discussion. However, E+ is not being considered. The lack of transparency that the department has on reporting actual numbers on how E+ actually works, and the fact that the department has not substantially addressed adequately the 2021 legislative finance report that said that there were many inconsistencies in the system, and how it leaned towards non-resident, as well as some severe equity issues when it comes to allocating New Mexico's elk tags to New Mexico residents. I've always said that it's the best kept secret in New Mexico. And you, the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish, intend to keep it that way. When 13,000 elk tags are taken out of the public draw before the actual draw and handed over to landowners to sell on the free market is appalling. Hell, that's the number of residents, 13,000, that we have here in Luna County, here in Deming. Just to put that into perspective. When are you going to start educating hunters on how the system actually works and how E+, and allow E+ to be up for discussion during the next cycle? Thank you for your time.
Very good. Thank you, Ray. Anybody else?
That is all on Zoom, ma'am.
Okay, I know we have one more card here. Dave, can you please?
Kenneke.
Kenneke, yes, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Dave Kenneke. I'm the Director of Ranching and Conservation at the Philmont up in Cimarron. I'm a New Mexico resident. I've spent my career in land management, and I'm also an outfitter and a guide. I would like to express my support in favor of E+. I think it's a system that works for private landowners, and it also works for public hunters. Unlike folks that may have spoken earlier, I take my children on hunts on public land. I put in for public land draw hunts, and guess what? I don't always get drawn, but I put in the next year. I don't expect to go into people's living rooms or private property and utilize goods or make myself at home in their place, and I really have a hard time understanding how people can think that animals that are in many instances the farm ground for our wildlife think that they should have more access to private lands. The E+ system works. It puts a lot of money into our economy, over $1 billion. It keeps our rural way of life intact, and I want to let you know that we're in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments? Okay. Commissioners, before we leave this particular agenda item, let's have a little discussion about the general public comment, period. Okay? We've heard that litigation. We've done that too. We've gone through litigation on some of these other issues as well. So I want to say thank you. We are listening. We are trying our best to work through all of this, and we are doing it in a very respectful manner. I don't think that there's any particular bias, because I know sometimes we hear that, oh, well, you know, this commissioner or that commissioner. It is not. Thank you. I know some of you are saying that's not true. So anyway, I want to say that's where I'm coming from with regard to the general public comments. Any other commissioners, do you want to add something to what I just said? Okay, very good. Then, Director, we're going to move on to agenda item number 7, and that is the Director's report. I'm looking forward to that one as well.
Madam Chair, in the interest of time, I have a whole 4 pages here, but I'm just going to try and hit a few highlights so we can keep moving. We recently targeted 14 Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep in the Red River area, trying to look at the pneumonia issue up there, as well as put radio collars on those so we can track them. We have an 800-acre wetland project in the Bernardo Wildlife Management Area out for bid, so that's pretty exciting to restore that area. The Hunter Education Program recently registered 1,313 youth for hunter education, and also has 151 youth registered in the Mentored Youth Program.
Well, 151.
151.
That's great. Yeah.
During the draw period, we did 15 Facebook Live videos featuring biologists and other department subject matter experts to answer customers' questions related to the draw. Speaking of the draw, we had 121,451 customers put in 275,166 applications. So we're slightly down from 2021, but still well above where we were in 2020.
Can you repeat those numbers again, please?
Okay. Customers in 2022 were 121,451, and they put in 275,166 applications. Again, that's slightly lower than our 2021 record numbers, but still well ahead of the 2020 numbers. We instituted a new call system this year, and it was very effective. We had the maximum hold time was just under 20 minutes, and the average hold time was 1 minute and 29 seconds. So we've been very effective in getting folks to apply early with some incentives from partners, as well as improving our phone systems. It's pretty exciting. You know, at the last meeting, I was asked to provide some information on how Chapter 17, Article 6, the Habitat Protection Act, might be used by the Commission to address habitat damage caused by OHVs on public land. The article does authorize the Commission, with concurrence of the landowner or land management agency, to issue orders restricting vehicular use to prevent impacts to wildlife reproduction, wildlife management, wildlife habitat. The statute provides a specific process, including a public hearing prior to issuance of such an order. The challenge in using this statutory authority is that it relies on concurrence from land management agencies that have recently undertaken significant efforts related to travel management and road closure. I'd also point out that in Chapter 66 of the Motor Vehicle Act, there are a specific prohibition against driving off-road for OHV, so I think the issue is less about using the Habitat Protection Act and more about enforcement, education, and having some follow-through both on the other enforcement agencies and on the judicial process. Fisheries participated in a round-tailed chub SSA with the Fish and Wildlife Service, which is the species status assessment. The outcome of that was that they determined that the round-tailed chub did not need to be listed based on a lot of the efforts that the state of New Mexico and Arizona have put forward. We have 6 new recruit conservation officers working towards finishing up their field training and set to go to district in June. We have several officers been helping out with fisheries at the walleye spawn at Conscious. We have officers helping with the bear hair study. We have officers helping with the bear den study with Dr. Kane. And then field operations captains, majors, and the colonel have been working with the State Personnel Office and our human resources to provide paperwork and job classification descriptions at the request of the State Personnel Office through previous conversations regarding more competitive pay. The gist of all of that is that we are going to see raises for our officers, and they're going to get reclassified into a different type of pay band, which will ultimately result in better pay. And so next up, given the interest in that from the State Personnel Offices, we'll start talking about the rest of our employees.
Excellent.
And then lastly, I am excited to announce a department-led initiative to review and as necessary update our Chapter 17 statutes. As Commissioner Salazar-Henry noted at the last meeting, statutory review has been a topic of discussion at multiple legislative sessions. We believe now is the appropriate time to engage in a public process to ensure that our statutes address the needs and expectations of both the state's wildlife and its citizens. We'll begin with an internal review and we'll schedule a public meeting to start the discussion in mid-May. I anticipate probably monthly meetings thereafter, trying to see where the public is and see what kind of progress we make. And with that, I'd be looking for questions.
Wow, wonderful news. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Salazar-Henry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director Sloan, for that report. I guess one of the other things that I asked for an update on, to me, that's really important that you didn't cover that might be in your thing anyway, is the website design. Because to me, that's really important to really get that right and make it more user-friendly. I have a hard time finding stuff on our website. I still do, and I don't think I'm that challenged. But one of the things that really drove home the fact that this was being looked at and should be looked at was when I went to look at the new fishing proclamation, I couldn't find it on the fishing tab. I couldn't just go to fishing and it'd be right there, the rib right there. I had to go to publications, find it under publication. And I had to go all the way down to publications to find supplemental use. And I thought, well, this is ridiculous. If I'm going fishing, I should be able to just hit the fishing tab and there's the rule book right there. So that's just an example of some of the things. And some of the other things, I see an opportunity on the website design to put in a quick links tab to where if I'm planning a fishing trip with a fishing trip planner, I can go to the quick links and I can hit state parks and get onto their website to look at a place to, So I guess I'm just going on about that. I would like to know where we are on this design so that we could really take advantage if we are going to go ribless, paper ribless, that we make it as user-friendly and easy and appealing as possible.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar-Henry, we have a draft, a test page that was developed. All of the division chiefs sat down last week or the week before and looked at it. We had some significant suggestions, so we're back at the drawing board. We looked both at the Montana model that you suggested and at the Colorado model and think that we have a concept going forward for mixing those two and getting the best of both. But I completely agree with you that I can't find a lot of things on our website. And there's also a lot of stuff on our website that maybe doesn't need to be on our website. So we're filtering through that process and hopefully that it'll happen quickly, but I'd like to get it right.
I appreciate that. As a further beta test on that, can you put together a group of volunteers? You were going there already. People that are going to be sitting outside of the group, living at home and trying to log on and help test and just see if you can find, after you've got some internal stuff, see how they do it. Get somebody like Brandon, since he says he's technical, I'll just reach out.
I've been on the website so much it doesn't even bother me anymore.
Well, maybe not him.
I know every corner.
The other thing I wanted to mention, and we'll move on with that, and I really appreciate all the hard work going into that, the website design. I just feel like it really is a face of the game department, much like our officers in the field. The OHV group met, and the commission has my notes from the meeting, and so I really appreciate the 20-some people that logged on and gave their input into what's happening with OHV youth. I just want to mention that I was at the legislature when they gave this to the Game and Fish Department, and nobody wanted this program. And they gave it to the Game and Fish Department because at that time it was OHVs are only out in the field, and so Game and Fish guys, and gals are always out in the field, so they can pull them over. Well, nobody anticipated that we have OHVs up and down the streets in Albuquerque, killing people. I mean, just the whole thing. How much is being used on the streets? So I kind of find it shocking that our officers are responsible for on-pavement use patrol also. And so I had a conversation with Colonel Symbol about the law enforcement aspect, because he brought up the Habitat Protection Act. I think it's more an enforcement and education. And we're finding, the Seamster was on, I believe, our call. And the education that they've been doing, it's not happening from the dealer end. It probably should. And so I think we need to not rely on that as being the only answer. Certainly law enforcement would be great if there was enough FTEs dedicated to it. I mean, our law enforcement officers are down, the vacancy rate is so high, they're not even using their overtime money that they have to go do these patrols because of the vacancies. So those are all important things, but I still would like, we're putting together, the OHV group is putting together a list of hot spots where damage has been occurring, where blatant disregard of places. That list, if you and your staff can look at that in conjunction with, maybe we can talk to the Forest Service about this, because the proposed travel management plan doesn't cover this area right here, and maybe it is important enough to look at, and we could see if 2 or 3 of those places really warrant habitat protection.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar, and again, we can do that. I didn't mean to say that it wasn't important. It just meant that there might be other mechanisms that we could more directly apply than interacting and trying to change a travel management plan. But certainly we have the tools we need to enforce it. It's just a matter of, like you say, finding those hot spots and making sure that we put some attention in.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any other commissioners?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Lopez.
Mike, again, thank you for the report that you just gave. I know the department was on the Santa Fe, New Mexican last week, I believe, regarding the shed hunting. The staff gave a really good response, but I would really like for the department to look at some type of study to see if this type of outdoor recreation activity needs to be regulated, like other states have, since it ties in with OHV people, especially now in the north, are really going out there shed hunting and damaging a lot of the natural resources. Forest Service, BLM, some Forest Service areas are closed at this time, but they're still going in. I know our 3 areas in the north, we do get trespassing violators all the time at Rio Chama, Humphreys, and I'm missing one, Sergeant, that go in there to hunt antlers and making thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars off of wildlife products. And then they're shipped off to foreign countries and used for, in some cases, aphrodisiacs. So I think the department might need to look, I'm not saying we're going to do or create a law, but some type of study that needs to be done, like Montana and other states have done, to see if it can be, if there's a scientific method or not.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, we can certainly take a look at that. Our situation here in New Mexico is a little bit different than those states that have much higher snowpack. But we can certainly look. It sounds like the issue is more about trespass and improper use of OHV than necessarily shed hunting per se. So I'm not just on its face, I don't know how regulating the shed hunting would impact that, but we'll certainly take a look at it.
Any other comments? Okay, I do. I want to follow up with something that some of the commissioners had said, Director. I think the department is doing a phenomenal job. I want to say thank you. Kudos to each and every single person in the Department of Game and Fish. It is not an easy job because you are balancing so many interests. And I do believe you are working with science, and you are working with data, and you are working with people with passions of every spectrum. So kudos, okay? Good job to every single person in the Department of Game and Fish. Second, these commissioners do have a passion, and they ask for things repeatedly, okay? And we have a good dialogue. I believe we have a good exchange of information, and it's a good relationship. However, there's always room for improvement in everything we do in our life. Always there is room for improvement, whether it be a particular rule or it be a particular something or other. Always room for improvement. So let's take one that the commissioners just described, the website. Director, it would be helpful to set with you right now a target date so that we know the good work that you're doing, you're benchmarking, okay? You talked about Montana and Colorado. You're benchmarking, you're making progress, you're looking, you're identifying what works, what doesn't work. Let's have a target date so that this year you can come back to us informally, maybe in the director's report, or I don't know if maybe one of the chiefs, I don't know, James Pittman, I'm not picking on you, son. But if you could give us a target date, just to report back to us what that progress was in a more specific fashion.
Madam Chair, I'm speaking for James here, so we'll see how this goes. But I think we could have at least the outline of a web page that somebody could look at in a what they call a sandbox. By June 30th, and I can certainly give you an update at the June 3rd commission meeting on how close we are to having that.
Okay.
But I think that's a reasonable expectation.
Beautiful, okay. And I think that also relates to maybe the OHV, maybe you could do something on that one as well. Would those dates be good for that?
Madam Chair, yes.
Okay, perfect. And then, okay, absolutely. Commissioner Archuleta.
Thank you. Director, I'm volunteering myself to be a beta tester on your website. So happy to, when you're ready, James, and yourself, please feel free to reach out and
Thank you.
Beta test. The other question I have is, when you are ready to report out on that, I'd like to know what engagement you've had with some of the other agencies, both federal and state, to help with the OHV issue, and how that collaboration is really working, because it sounds like there's been a lot done from some of the other agencies, and how are we interfacing with those agencies? How can they be helpful to us and to the commission and to the staff department? Because with their numbers being down, we have to rely on each other. So if you don't mind reporting that out too, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good, thank you. Okay, let's move on to the next agenda item. We're now going to hear from Chief Stuart Riley on the director's recommendation of Gould's Wild Turkey. That is Chapter 17, 240, New Mexico State Statutes. And this is an action item.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. As stated, so this is to discuss the delisting recommendations for Gould's Turkey. Just a little bit of background on it. Gould's Turkey was listed as threatened under the Wildlife Conservation Act, New Mexico statutes. That kind of mirrors the Federal Endangered Species Act, a state-specific act that looks at our threatened endangered species in New Mexico. In 1974, The turkey was really limited in range. Gould's turkeys are isolated to Arizona, New Mexico, and then throughout the Sierra Madre Occidental in Mexico. So they're limited range. New Mexico, Arizona is the only U.S. States that has Gould's turkeys, and they're really limited to the Sky Islands of what we could refer to a lot as the Blue Hill of New Mexico. We drafted a recovery plan, which was approved by the Commission in early 2017, kind of setting out objectives and goals that we thought if we could reach these benchmarks, we would feel that delisting would be appropriate for the Gould's turkey. Since that time, we've really Gould's turkeys and animals, but we want to really focus on where we can control more of land management agency or work with those land managers to ensure that we have at least 75 in that mountain range. Part of that objective also talks about sustaining that population number with periodic augmentation if necessary, with augmentation coming from populations out of Mexico. We've translocated birds actually from Arizona to New Mexico, but we also have on kind of an open agreement with the country of Mexico to translocate birds from Laredo, Mexico into New Mexico if we determine that we need it. That said, this was before, when we came up with that agreement with Mexico, it was before we really had a great understanding on Gould's turkeys in New Mexico. It was based off of some old studies, some VHF, and really observations of animals, which has toughened some of that for us. What you're looking at here is a map of 53,000 GPS locations, a little bit over 53,000 GPS locations since May of 2018, of 30 males that they put backpack transmitters on them, and 39 females. Each red dot represents a location. I guess the biggest takeaway from that is the data has informed us about habitat use, roost site location, and how they move, and also kind of survival of clutches, nesting, etc. And it's really given us a lot more understanding on the population dynamics. It's also allowed us to see that we have actual natural connectivity into the country of Mexico with these birds. You'll see some of those points going down towards Nuevo Casas Grandes in Mexico, crossing even Highway 2, which is a major thoroughfare highway in Mexico. So we do think we have connectivity back into the Mexican population. We know we have connectivity into the Arizona population as well. So that was something that was new. But one of the big things that the GPS transmitters did was allow us to change our survey methodology for turkeys. It allowed us to really know where roost locations were, or gathering of winter flocks or spring flocks prior to roosting, and it allowed our numbers to be more consistent, you'll see there, but also a lot higher than we initially thought. These are minimum counts. This is not an estimate, so this is the actual birds that were observed. The estimate is probably 10 to 30% higher than this, because again, we're not in the Animas range as well. We're not surveying there. This is the main primary survey area in the Palencia Mountains. Our goal, again, you saw to maintain at least 175 birds in the Palencia Mountains. We're well above that. Again, this is minimum counts, could be as high as 250, 270, maybe 300. So the transmitters really helped us to better delineate that. According to the Wildlife Conservation Act, there are specific protocols that must be set out before we initiate a delisting or we propose a delisting of a species that was on the state threatened endangered list. We initiated a delisting investigation. We named our turkey biologist and our recovery program coordinator as our lead investigators on that. They initiated that in November of last year. We then sent emails out to interested parties about the investigation and also went out to public comment just to solicit information that people might have about Gould's turkeys that we could help inform our investigation as we developed it. We received 9 comments. None of them were actually relevant to the biology of it or new information, is more in support of delisting, those kind of things. But we also, once that delisting investigation was prepared, it underwent peer review. According to the state statute, we send it out to all the 4-year universities in the state of New Mexico and find qualified individuals within those universities for peer review. The peer review, on the basis of that, it was a unanimous from the peer review panel that supported the department's recommendation that we should delist Gould's turkeys based off the biological information that we have obtained, and they feel that the population is secure and has met our recovery goals. Therefore, what we're doing today is kind of initiating the formal process as set by statute to ask or recommend to you all to formalize a delisting protocol. And what that does is opens up a 160-day comment period. It would open up tomorrow and go through September 18th. We also have 3 meetings, as you see there. 2 of those would be hybrid. The statute says that we would also have a public meeting held in an area where the species occurs, where it may impact the most individuals. That's why it's down at Animus. That's why that meeting is there. That's where the turkeys, the core of the population, is located. So that is our proposal for the 3 public meetings that would meet the statutory intent for public comment. And with that, I would stand for questions. You'll see in the presentation later today on the turkey rule, we will get into that because we do think that they recovered to the point that has some limited hunting opportunity in there. They'll be very limited, but we'll get to that in the turkey rule. This is more just about the formality process of opening it. We've gone through the investigation. We think from the directors and the department's perspective, the turkey has met recovery criteria, and we are seeking approval from you all as a commission today to formally allow us to go ahead and do the delisting process. With that, I would stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Actually, commissioners, any questions? Commissioner.
Chief Wiley, I just want to give some recognition to Mr. Jim Bates. He's a really good friend from Las Cruces. He's my husband's hunting buddy. And they went to Mexico in 2012 with a big group, hunting Gould's turkeys on a private ranch in the Sierra Madres down there. They all got turkeys. Steve got his Gould's turkey. Jim Bates holds the National Wild Turkey Federation's world record Gould's turkey. And so it's an awesome bird. The guys down south love Gould's turkeys. They are so excited about seeing them flourish. And I just appreciate everything, all the work that's been done to get them delisted because they're a fun bird to hunt.
Good. Any other questions?
I actually do.
Back over to you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry I had to step out there for just a minute. I want to say thank you very much, Chief. I know you did an excellent job, and my apologies for having to step out for just that minute. Your presentation, as I recall, is always on the department website. Is that not correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, yes, it will be on the department's website, including the recording of the meeting, so if people want to rewatch the presentation, they're more than happy to, and the presentation will be there as well as the investigate. That's the other thing that's on the website, is our investigative report is on the website, will be on the website for the delisting process, so people can actually read all the background data that went into our recommendations.
Okay, excellent. And so I know if any of the commissioners have no other questions, do we have a motion? I don't think we... Okay, go.
Sorry. I'd let the other commissioners go first.
Is there any engagement with the private landowners around Animus Mountains to have that, to do a count there as well?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Archuleta, yes, absolutely. We work with the main private landowners. It's really one landowner down there on Gould's turkeys, and we have been working with them. I think the biggest thing is that we found from the GPS information that just a blind count doesn't work very well. We were underestimating our counts. For example, I think one year we went in prior to the GPS and counted 60 minimum count, but GPS transmitters on them, and the next year they came up to like 190. So we were such an undercount previously that it really is better to try to put transmitters on animals and then use that to figure out roost locations, winter concentrations to help us. So we'll continue to work with that individual about potentially marking birds in there. Again, we focus on the core population right now from the recovery standpoint. As we continue post-recovery efforts looking into the other mountains, I think that's what we'll see movement into more of that private land to kind of understand more on the dynamics there.
Thank you. And just one more quick question. I couldn't see by the map that you popped up if you were tracking if the birds were actually getting themselves to animus or not. It's too...
Madam Chair, Commissioner Archuleta, so right here is the Animus Mountains right here, so they are not, we have not detected any of the birds like the palancios. Now, most likely, and again, I'm saying most likely, we don't know this for sure, these mountains in the Sierra San Luis in Mexico, which is right here, we do know that there are birds in Sierra San Luis. They're not marked, obviously. There's probably connectivity amongst turkeys that come to the south. So the connectivity is not across the valley, it's probably through the mountains in Mexico back up into New Mexico. We probably just haven't marked any of the birds that have made that transition. It's such a long that they're connected genetically probably from reproduction from the Sierra San Luis down through Mexico into the Animus back up through the Palacios.
That's great. Okay, thank you very much.
Well, thank you again for the hard work that you're doing, and I do see in my notes that the critical part is coming up now during the public comment phase, the 160-day comment period. And so I'm going to open or direct this comment, not so much to you, sir, but maybe to the public and those of you attending today's meeting. Please stay engaged with the department. Those public meetings being held in Albuquerque on July 12th, Las Cruces July 13th, and then Animus, I guess that's TBD?
I'm not sure we're shooting for the 14th. We're just trying to secure a location to make sure it works with the community and the Animus on that date. So it'll be okay.
Very good. So keep up the good work. Thank you. Commissioners, we're going to move now onto a different agenda item.
Madam Chair, if I may, motion to allow us to go through this is a formal process by the statute, so this is required to...
My apologies. I just saw somebody step into the room and I got focused in that direction. Okay, yes. Commissioners?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move to approve proceeding with the delisting process for Gould's Turkey in accordance with procedures specified in the WCA 17240 NMSA.
I second that.
Very good. Because this is official, why don't we take a roll call vote, Director?
Commissioner Salazar Henry.
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Archuleta.
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Very good. The motion passed. Are we good?
Perfect.
Okay. I think now, Commissioners, Department of Game and Fish, and members of the public, this is a good time where we can take a break. Not a break, excuse me. We're going to continue with the agenda, but we're going to move our executive session from agenda item number 19 to this particular point. We now have all our attorneys present, and Director, I believe that the commissioners and the attorneys will be retiring into a different room. For those of you that are with the public, you can stay in the room, in this particular room, or you can wait outside. And I anticipate this meeting shouldn't be more than an hour. It should be 30 minutes to an hour. So at this point, do I need a motion to move to that agenda? I see a nod. So I'm going to make the motion that in accordance with the discussion that we had earlier in revising our agenda, we're going to stick to it, and we're going to now take...
Madam Chair, I think there's a specific script that needs to be read.
Oh, yes, excuse me. I don't... No, I can... Or does somebody else have it?
Usually printed.
Yeah. That's okay, that's okay, that's okay. Give me a second. It's 19. I didn't have it on my, I didn't get it in my. It did come as an attachment, but so I'm going to look at last, exactly. So. Okay. My motion is to adjourn into executive session, closed to the public, pursuant to section 10-15-1H2 NMSA regarding personal matters, section 10-15-1H8 NMSA 1978 to discuss property purchase, acquisition, and disposal, and section 10-15-1H7 NMSA 1978 attorney-client privilege litigation update discussion. Do I have a second? Second. Mr. Secretary, this requires a roll call vote?
Correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Salazar Henry.
Yeah.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Archuleta.
Yes.
Chair Salazar Henry.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Stuart Lively?
Madam Chair, members of the commission. So the first one here is elk. As you know, we started opening rules with our initial proposals at the last commission meeting. That was with the javelina, bighorn, and pronghorn rule. This meeting, we're going to open a few more rules, that being elk, the exotics rule, and also deer. The schedule real quick, just to go over it. We'll have this initial kind of proposals to the commission today. We'll then go out for public meetings throughout the basically spring and summer, meet with interested parties as well, individually and as groups sometimes during that rulemaking process. You'll hear it again, I believe it's the August meeting, and then finalizing in October. So just kind of a schedule on that. Real quick, going into more or less the biology behind elk and kind of how we manage elk across the state. So what you see in front of you here is a map of the state with game management units. The different colors represent what we call herd management units. These are basically what we did, more or less distinct populations of elk. Those are elk that are within what's considered the primary management zone. So it's an area where we set specific management goals for those herd on harvest. And I'll get to that in a second on what those two different management goals are. Those management goals dictate kind of how we do licenses depending on what our goals are. Then we have 3 GMUs in the special management zone. That's up here in the kind of the northeast a little bit along the eastern edge of the Sangre de Cristos. Those GMUs are almost entirely made up of private land, but where we do have some management goals, but it's working cooperation with private landowners. Some of those GMUs are 100% private property, deeded private property, some are 95%, et cetera. So those special management zones are where we work on a case-by-case basis with individual landowners to set authorization numbers. Then we have secondary management zones throughout the state. That's basically the rest of the white area that you're seeing there. Those are where we don't have specific set management goals for elk. We do have elk in some of those areas. Some of those areas we're actually trying to reduce elk basically and prevent elk from establishing as well. There's certain areas, for example, in the desert where we do not want to have elk established. It's outside of the main primary management zones. We try to harvest a little bit heavier, and the 3 different management zones have differences on how, again, we manage the populations, but also on how licenses are issued, both on private land in those management zones and also the public draw and hunt dates, et cetera. Real quick, just going into last year's harvest, so we will have on the website, so you all know too, and for the public, we'll have a lot of the information with our proposals, some of the biological background data that will go with the proposals as well. But this is just a quick snippet of last year's harvest. It was about the average success, or the success has stayed pretty constant through time. We really didn't see much of an annual difference in elk last year. What you'll see there, harvest was male skewed, so we harvest more males than females, but you also will see, compared to a lot of our other species, we do harvest a lot of females compared to like pronghorn or deer, where we do not have much of a harvest on our female segment. That cow harvest is on regulation of populations. We really use cow harvest to try to determine if we're going to have a population grow, trying to reduce a population, or trying to stabilize it. And that's where most of the cow harvest is going to come in. And as I go through my discussion today, a lot of it will talk about where the population currently is in terms of relation to the previous 4 years, stable, increasing, decreasing, and also our recommendations flow into that if we want to maintain, and you'll see through most of this, our goal is to maintain our herd management strategies. And I'll get into that here in a second, across the state, and doing that makes some license adjustments based upon how the population's been performing over the last 4 years and our projections and predictions for the population trajectories in the next 4 years. Overall, like all our rules, we always adjust our hunting seasons because of calendar shifts. Most of those hunts that are 5-day hunts start on a Saturday, so we try to, as every year, they creep 1 day earlier, and then they also, on a leap year, creep 2 days earlier. What we're trying to do is not hunt elk in the peak of the rut. So we have to shift those dates back a couple of weeks every so many years. So because of that 1 day calendar creep every year, 2 years on leap years, it gets closer into the rut as we do that. So you'll see just a shifting the dates, not necessarily a shifting of the hunt, but shifting those dates later to account for that calendar creep. Again, just like I mentioned, and we'll get into in more detail, adjusting licenses based on the biological and harvest trends of the population. It's really adjusting licenses based on how the population's performing and the management goals that we have for that specific population. The department's proposal at this, and that's what that last bullet is, in our primary management zones, those 17 different elk herd units, is to maintain our management objectives. And in the next slide, I'll get into those 2 different management objectives we have. But our proposal would be trying to maintain those management objectives across the state, and with that, it does require some changes in the licenses because of the differences that we've seen in population performance in different ones throughout the state. So there's really 2 different management strategies we emphasize in our what we call primary management zones, or those 17 herd units. Either optimal opportunity management, basically, and quality hunt management. Quality hunt management, what we're really trying to do is have lower bull mortality rates. So a lower bull mortality rate means lower license numbers that we can issue. And what it's trying to do is achieve an older age class male. What that also does is we try to work with season timing that will result into higher success for those individuals that draw that tag or have that license. If you're in the quality hunt management, the opportunity to harvest a larger male, older age class male, is greater, and also success rates are typically greater. We want to have a more quality hunt on that. And then we also, on all of our harvest reports, one of the questions we asked is rank your hunt from a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being the best, 1 being poor. When we would do quality hunt management, we're looking for 2/3 of the hunters that draw that hunt to be satisfied in that hunt. So we're looking for lower licenses, older age class males, higher chance of success, and people that actually go and harvest on that hunt are successful and also enjoy the hunt, basically. Opportunity is the difference between that is we're not trying to strive for an older age class male. We put more licenses into there. It's probably going to be on average a 3 or 4 year old bull elk that we're harvesting. It means more licenses. It means lower bull to cow ratios and a higher bull mortality rate. So in that, we're also working to where it's season timing may be that it's not going to be a highest success. It's not going to be as high a success as the quality hunts. And also we're not looking for hunter satisfaction to be as high as quality hunts, but it's getting the opportunity to go hunting in those units. So when I go through each one of these herd management units, I'll mention if it's an opportunity unit or if it's a herd management. The other thing to take into account, we manage the herds at a scale of sometimes multiple GMUs. It's not one GMU based, that we try to do it around what a herd moves around. And you'll see more as we go through the presentation on what GMUs make up a certain herd unit. So kind of going into it and then going into what our initial proposals are, starting again, this is all of our herds in the primary management zone, these 17 different herd units that you saw at the beginning, starting at the northwest region and the San Juan herd. This is in the northwest corner up around Farmington. That is an optimal opportunity herd, so we're trying to maximize opportunity in that while trying to still have maintain a bull to cow ratio that still has some success for hunters and maintain something from a standpoint of a stable population. We think that population over the last 4 years is stable to maybe slightly increasing some. One of the things that we have seen in the last 4 years, again, is a little bit of an increase in the population. That's where you'll see that a proposal to consider increasing both the antlerless licenses and mature bull licenses on that hunt. That area is primarily managed more for deer than it is for elk historically. As we've seen increasing more resident probably elk in there, we've tried to match that harvest to try to stabilize, maybe slightly decrease historically, but what we're looking at now is at least manage for a stabilization, no longer increasing the herd. Moving to the Lindrith herd, that's in GMU 5A, that's just to the south of the Hickory Reservation in between what we consider the north central herd, which we'll get into in a minute. This is probably migratory more than anything. There definitely is some resident elk. It's been pretty stable over the last 4 years. We're not recommending any changes. I think the harvest has been where we like to see it. It's an optimal opportunity herd. That unit's probably 85% private deeded land as well, about 15% public. Next herd unit that we'll move into is the Mount Taylor herd. Mount Taylor herd's GMU 9. That herd was one of our herds that was struggling more than any in the last 8 years, lowest calf to cow ratios of any population in the state. The herd was declining, pretty significant declines over the last 15 years. In the last 4 years since this rule cycle went in, we eliminated all cow harvest in that herd to try to bring that population back, let it increase. We are seeing some increase in our calf to cow ratios or recruitment of calves. So we're seeing probably an increase in numbers. It's the stabilizing is more on the ratios are starting to stabilize. The population probably isn't. We still want to increase that herd size, so we're not proposing any changes to the licenses, keeping cow harvest stopped on that herd for this 4-year rule cycle. We don't think even in the next 4 years it'll be back to where it was 20 years ago, 15 years ago. But we're starting to make trajectories upward, which is positive. That calf ratio, I failed to mention when you'll see that ratio of 35-132 or 26-128. The first number is the number of bulls per 100 cows, and the second number is the number of calves that we observe per 100 cows. That's the 4-year average, 4 or 5 year average of that population. So again, no changes to license numbers in there as we try to rebuild that herd population in the Mount Taylor herd. Moving on to the Zuni herd, that's in GMU 10, just south of I-40. That herd has been fairly stable through time. One of the things we do have is working with the Forest Service locks a gate on December 15th annually in that area. We do have a later antlerless hunt that we still want to have. but we will move that hunt earlier. That hunt has been occurring after December 15th, so it limits the ability for hunters to get into a lot of areas where the elk are. So we're just moving that hunt. The proposal would be to move that hunt earlier to allow, understanding that that Forest Service road will be closed. That is another optimal opportunity management herd. All of these 4 herd units are under optimal opportunity management. North Central region, so that GMU 4, 5B, 50, 51, 52, this is another one. This is one of the ones where I'm discussing there's multiple GMUs that encompass the herd. This herd moves across multiple GMUs. What we use the GMUs for is to manage hunter density in an area, manage how hunters do move around the landscape and how harvest happens on that population. That's our largest elk population in the state. Again, it's basically from Chama to the Rio Grande, from the Colorado border south to about the Jemez is what that population is. That population size is stable. We've been really trying hard over the last probably 15 years to stabilize that herd. I think we've seen a stabilization of it. One of the things we have seen over this last 4 years is a reduction in our calf to cow ratios. So a reduction in our calf to cow ratios may lead to, in a time later, of a reduction in the population. We don't think that our license numbers right now would not dictate a reduction in licenses, but we do think it's something that we'll need to monitor. And that reduction in the calf to cow ratio very well could have been climatic conditions. We saw a lot of reduction in calf to cow ratios over the last 2 years during the drought. It may start to rebound some if we get some. Last year's monsoons were really great throughout the state. Really what drought does impacts maternal condition when she becomes pregnant more than when the calf is born. So if they went into the breeding season in higher nutritional condition, we typically see better calf to cow ratios. Last year's summer was pretty good across the state, so hopefully we'll see a little bit of a rebound. One of the things that we're proposing doing here is shifting. There's a youth encouragement hunt in GMU 50. It's all winter range. That would be east of 285 to the Rio Grande River. We're proposing moving that into 51, more of those licenses into 51. 51 is Cajilon, Mesa de las Viejas, that area where we have more conflict with elk. So what we do, again, what I'm saying, when we manage hunter distribution is we manage them they're harvesting in that same population, but we're trying to target harvest where we have more conflict. So that's where that movement would be to kind of address some of the conflicts we have with private lands and permittees in that Mesa de las Veas, in the Cajilon, Magote Ridge, that area to address some of those concerns. That has been what we've done throughout time in this herd. Most of more of our complaints in that herd has occurred more in the 51 than some of the others. That herd is also managed as optimal opportunity. And then moving on to the Jemez Herd. The Jemez Herd is the Jemez Mountains, 6A through C. 7 is probably where some of those animals will migrate to in the winter. It's not necessarily a core of that population. Our proposal is maintaining licenses. That's been a fairly stable population through the last 4 years. We are seeing a reduction in calf to cow ratios in that area though. So it's not allowing us to increase licenses based off of our calf to cow ratios have declined through the last 4 years in there. We don't think from our cow harvest side of things we're going to have a significant impact on the population if we maintain licenses, but it will be something we'll need to monitor, hoping that we see some increase in calf to cow ratios in the next 4 years. 6A and 6B are managed for quality hunt management. And so those are, the 6B is the Valles Caldera National Preserve. We work with them on license numbers and recommendations, and 6A would be the western portion of the Jemez Mountains. 6C, 20 years ago, went into a pretty significant, 25 years ago, significant reduction of that population. We probably reduced that eastern half of the mountain population by 70%. We've been trying to rebuild that population for the last 15 years. I think we're starting to actually see some rebuilding. We've decreased licenses through time. The last 4 years, we've decreased again. We're proposing that we don't need to go into another decrease because we're actually seeing that population start to stabilize. But we had historically been decreasing on that 6C side. Again, we think now that we're maybe getting a little bit over that hump, on that population, we can maintain the current license numbers, given we've seen an increase in success rates on that side of the population and an increase in satisfaction as well.
I'm looking at the bull to cow ratio, and that seems a whole lot higher than all the previous herds, and so you don't see that as an opportunity to add more bull licenses in?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, one of the things that, if you'll recall, the rest of the herds were all optimal opportunity. This herd unit is quality herd.
I thought 6C wasn't.
6C makes up a small portion of this population. The majority of the population is Valles Caldera and the western side. So 6C is probably 10% of the population or less. 90% of the population is probably on the western side, mainly Valles Caldera, and then west to like San Pedro Parks, that area. That herd bull to cow ratio is from data we collected through aerial surveys. Again, 90% of the ratio was collected outside of the 6C area. It had been 6A, 6B. So we're right in there from our, you'll see on some of these other herds, this bull to cow ratio and our quality hunt management, that's about where we want them, in that 45 to 55 bulls per 100. That's allowing for more older age class bulls, 8, 9, 10-year-old bulls.
But there's not a problem with producing more calves when you have basically...
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, so for example, like an unhunted herd like Yellowstone National Park, a bull to cow ratio in there may be something like 70 to 100, 75 to 100. So it's not an issue with production of calves. Where we see an issue on that is when bull to cow ratios drop below probably 18, 15 to 100. So reproduction is more of a timing issue with elk. It's a synchronous breeding. They calve at the same time. They try to swamp out predators. What you see when you have a lower bull to cow ratio, it's a younger age class males. Breeding spread out, predation increases, and you see a lower reproductive output. So our concern on reproduction is more on if we get below 18 or if we are above like 120 to 100. We will, on hunted populations, we never get really above 100 unless we are targeting cows only and not bulls.
So, you're going to eliminate the mobility impaired hunt for the Valles Caldera?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, that was never, so in the current rule, the mobility impaired, I apologize, the mobility impaired was put in there if the Caldera would open the roads. They never did open the roads for mobility impaired, so that hunt never occurred over the last 4-year rule cycle. Our proposal is just to get rid of it. The Caldera has no indications of opening those roads for hunting, so it was in rule without licenses in it in case they ever opened it. So They never did over the last 4 years, and our recommendation is to eliminate that.
And aren't there restrictions for them to be able to do that, given that it's a monument?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Archuleta, absolutely. So that was part of their reasoning for not opening those roads.
Okay.
Real quick, this is it gets back to, again, the North Central herd's our largest herd in the state. What you're looking at here is some from radio collared elk looking at movements. These elk were captured on winter range over by, on the Taos Plateau near the Rio Grande, Pot Mountain area. What you'll see is more of a east-west movement, moving west, in the summertime, trying to go follow the green up, and then coming back down into the winter range. What it is right here, if you could see my cursor, this is more of the summer range type habitat, winter range habitat. The orange is more of the corridors they take to get to winter range. And the kind of purple area is where it's really high use movements across from winter summer range. So what this helps us do is, one, it does two things. Helps us to determine distribution of licenses. If we're trying to target a winter segment of a herd, they may not be present there during the fall. Where are they in the fall to try to harvest them? That helps us to get at that answer. And it also allows us for like habitat projects, et cetera. What do the elk kind of tell us what are the most important parts of the landscape? We can look at that landscape function to see why are they selecting that area and try to mimic that from a harvest standpoint, or a habitat management standpoint. Real quick, shifting to a different, same herd, but a different segment of the herd. These elk were captured around north of Abiquiu and around the Rio Chama. What you'll see there is each dot represents an individual point. That lighter colors are more winter range, and the darker colors are summer into the fall range. So you'll see where we have more of this kind of issue on conflict, this Mesa de las Viejas, you'll notice they are not there in the fall. So they're not there in the fall, they're kind of up in here, and they're a little bit into this region. So putting licenses necessarily in the fall here is not going to address some of that conflict area. So that's this has allowed us to kind of look at the data from a harvest management as well to say, okay, where should we structure our licenses if we're trying to target some of these wintering animals? Or do we target different harvest dates, hunt dates, those kind of things? So you'll see in 51 we have some later hunt dates in there to kind of come back and target some of those wintering elk where we have conflict. This is 41 cows. What you see on the map here is more of our long distant migrants. We do have, in everything that we do, it seems like there is a group of elk that migrate and there's a group of elk that are resident. So even though they look like they're in the same herd, some of those animals don't move during the summertime and stay put on their winter range throughout the year. Just a real quick, just so you can kind of see how we distribute licenses across different GMUs, but it's the same herd is kind of the premises behind that. Moving on to the southwest region, one of the herds, the Finch Lake herd, that became a new herd management unit that was moved into the primary management zone the last rural cycle. Historically, that was in the secondary management zone. We had elk starting to set up the last 15 years and take up a lot of residents. Population kept growing. People, both landowners in there, were accepting of it, and also the public was supportive of it, and land management agencies, to where they were advocating for more of a primary hunt zone management strategy in there. We went through that in the last rural cycle, and it is in the primary. That is a quality hunt management zone in that unit. You'll see we're at 41 to 100. We're also starting to see an increase in bull-to-cow ratios a little bit in that Finch Lake herd. We really started monitoring it heavy 3 years ago when it went into the primary, but we'll continue to because it's in the primary management zone. Moving on into and license-wise, we're not recommending any changes in there. I think we're going to be able to maintain the quality hunt management with the licenses we're in there. Calf-to-cow ratios in there were actually a little bit higher than some of the others in the state. Again, we just really started our big monitoring in that herd. Is that a function of 1 or 2 years of data driving that ratio versus a population trend? It's hard to say, but most likely it is a little bit above the statewide average right now. The Dattle herd, GMU 13, that's the Dattle Mountains and also kind of this Sawtooth, Bear Mountains. That herd's fairly stable as well. One of the things that we are looking at or proposing doing is in that area, we have the northwest portion of that carved out into the secondary management zone. We're proposing extending that primary management zone boundary all the way to the GMU boundary in the northwest corner. It would align with the current boundaries in GMU 10, that's abuts the Zuni herd, and GMU 12, which is the Finch Lake herd. So that would just move that boundary to encompass that into what we're currently managing in the core of that herd. The San Mateo herd, Magdalena herd, that's in GMU 17, San Mateo Mountains, mainly a little bit around the Magdalenas. It is a quality hunt management zone. All three of these are quality hunt management in that area. It is a stable herd. We are, again, reviewing the primary management zone boundary, mainly on the south end of that unit. That unit's a little interesting in that it goes from desert to mountains. It's kind of a sky island, and so we're not promoting elk growth into the deserts. Say along the Rio Grande, it goes all the way to I-25, and then south where it really kind of interfaces between the desert and the mountains is maybe around Monticello. That's about where the primary management zone boundary is right now. We know we have a sustainable population of elk in there. We're looking at potentially extending that boundary to the south, the primary management zone boundary, to encompass that elk population that's there between 17 and 21. I always get 21B in there, so it'd be a little bit further southern extension of that primary management zone. And then also in the northwest corner where it meets with the VLA, that also 17 goes up into the very large array up in the plains of St. Augustine. So kind of just looking to make sure that boundary is correct to reflect the core of that herd, and we would expand it is what we would propose right now, trying to look at it to reflect that. This is a quality hunt management area, yes. Probably our second largest herd in the state is the Greater Gila herd. That herd, what we've been seeing through time, it's a quality hunt management, but we have been seeing a decrease in bull to cow ratios in the last 4-year rule cycle. You'll see there that bull to cow ratio is down at 33 to 100% mature bulls in the herd. It's been fairly consistent. We did see a drop last year, and when I say percent mature bulls, when we're doing aerial classifications, we classify bulls as mature bulls, which is typically a 4.5, 5.5-year-old bull or older. Raghorn bulls, which we consider about a 2.5-year-old to a 4.5-year-old, and then spikes. Our percent of mature bulls is what we're really trying to increase in this population because it is quality hunt management. We're probably looking at a decrease in mature bull licenses across the Greater Gila elk herd, which is GMU's 15, 16A through E, to try to get back into a higher, older age class male. Right now, we're probably seeing a decrease. It's probably one of the more well-known herds in the United States from a trophy management standpoint. It borders Arizona, and we definitely think we've seen a decrease in bull to cow ratios through time. One of the things that's also going on in that unit, we set up one of the largest, in cooperation with Arizona Game and Fish, one of the largest elk studies in the nation. We radio colored 500 elk across Arizona and New Mexico. Those are fairly resident elk. We don't see much movement, but we wanted to really look at impacts of predation, et cetera, on the population. What we're finding right now from the data, both on adults and adults for sure, adults, the leading cause of mortality is hunter harvest. Hunter harvest is our leading cause of mortality in this population, followed by mountain lions and then wolves. Actually, wolves are our third leading cause. So our top is hunter harvest. So really we can control probably more of herd dynamics with this population with harvest of humans than we can other predator management, et cetera. And that's why you'll see the proposal of the decreasing bull licenses to try to bring back some of that quality. That 16E primary zone boundary that we're looking at, that's the review where 16E and 17 come together in the Plains of St. Augustine, making sure that boundary is consistent to ensure that herd, the Greater Gila herd, is all within the primary management zone is what that is. Yeah.
Chief Liley, one of the complaints that I've received about the hunting in the Gila herd is that there are too many cows being harvested. They believe that that's impacting older class bulls and the fact that the hunt quality has gone down. I know climate change and drought impact and all that is playing a significant role there. And so can you just speak about the antlerless hunting that's going on in that Gila herd?
Madam Chair, members of the commission. Yeah, so our hunter harvest on cows in the Greater Gila herd is actually quite under what we would call what's sustainable harvest for stabilization. So we're looking at, we want to try to stabilize the population. We could harvest, let's say, 1,000 cows. Given the population size in there, I think, we probably could harvest 1,500 to 1,600 cows, but we're harvesting on average about 800 to 900 cows on an annual basis. So we're under what our sustainable is, trying to increase this quality hunt management, also knowing that we have another predator that's increasing in concert with it. So the wolves are increasing on the landscape in that area. We've been a little bit more conservative on cow harvest, recognizing that we were predicting that wolves would increase, potentially have a larger impact on the herd. Again, we don't see an overall impact from wolves on the herd, probably localized impacts, but our cow harvest is under sustainable harvest. One of the things that probably has happened more than anything in the last 2 years is the drought affected calf to cow ratios significantly. Not as much last year, interestingly enough, but the biggest impact was probably in 2020. And we radio marked almost 300 elk calves, 150 each year about. Calf survival was much higher last year, which should be encouraging for the next year. Calf survival in 2020 was really low, and most likely due to drought conditions. We did see malnutrition as one of the causes of calf mortality, which is pretty rare. You have to get into pretty low climatic or environmental conditions to see it. So from a harvest standpoint, I don't think we're having a big impact on that population. The reduction of bull licenses is just to try to bring back age class, more of a trophy management strategy. We don't think from a population standpoint, harvest is having a large impact we do not think the population is declining. We think it's stabilizing and probably trying to maintain some harvest on that population so we don't have spillover into the desert, et cetera. We do have some conflict in the Gila region as well with landowners on the herd. So it's trying to maintain that balance between growing the herd significantly, maintaining the herd, or decreasing the herd. I think our approach is trying to stabilize the herd at where it is, knowing that there are some segments of the human population that want to see us increase it, some that want to see us decrease it. And I think the middle ground from us is let's try to maintain that herd, and that's why we have that lower cow harvest in there.
So the decrease that you're looking in the Gila herd, how significant are you talking? I mean, I'm not going to ask you for specific numbers, but how, because you know this is the one that everybody applies for.
So,
it's so oversubscribed.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar-Henry, this brings up one of the things I was going to discuss later. There's a couple of ways to decrease harvest. You could reduce licenses, keep the same hunts, keep the same structure, or you could kind of change the scheduling of the hunts, right? This is quality hunt management where we want success rates to be high. One of the things that we've seen, 15 historically was a primitive weapons unit. Primitive weapons was either archery or muzzleloader. Right now we're seeing muzzleloader success rates across the state on all species that match rifle. Another way to potentially reduce harvest while keeping licenses the same is to modify muzzleloaders and what's allowable for muzzleloaders. And there's been some discussion, and we've had it from public comment for this rule cycle, of not allowing scopes on muzzleloaders anymore. We think if we take off or not allow scopes on muzzleloaders, we could see potentially a 15 to 20, maybe even 30% reduction in success rates. That would require us to not reduce licenses as drastically if we saw those kind of decreases in harvest success. So that would be one way that I think, and I'll mention that in IBEX, I'll mention it in some of the other rules, where it's almost any more that the muzzleloader hunts are a rifle hunt. And so if we want to go back into that kind of primitive hunt units, like 15, 13, probably need to really consider at this rule cycle, for all species, I think you'll see it, is removing scopes from muzzleloaders. Or to the point right now, muzzleloader is just an any legal weapon type. There's really no difference from a success rate on those hunts.
Yeah, to go back to primitive weapon, you'd have to not allow any muzzleloader any newer than 1975. Because it's not a primitive weapon hunt.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I don't think we'd have to, Commissioner Salazar-Henry, have to go and not allow inlines, but I do think it would have to be no scopes. And some of the states have moved that way, some of the states have that, and I think you see a drastic reduction in success. You know, the best of the people that really would practice muzzleloaders with iron sights maybe are harvesting out to 200 yards, maybe. The majority are going to be successful out to 100, 125. Right now, muzzleloaders are shooting out to 800 yards accurately. So it's kind of, as you can imagine, closing the distance from 800 to 100 yards is a lot more difficult. Success rates are going to drop. So I think that's one of the proposals you'll see in general from the department is this taking scopes off muzzleloaders for all species. It's probably going to be one of the louder proposals, I would imagine, that you'll public comment. There's people pro and favor it, but to maintain some of these license numbers that we have in these units, I think we'll have to either reduce licenses significantly in some of those or change that on the muzzleloader hunts. That said, that's for 15. Some of those other units, probably in 16C, maybe 16E and B, will probably still have to reduce bull licenses on the rifle hunts. Whether that's 10% or 20%, I don't know right now. For sure, I think we're looking in that range between 5 to 20% at most, depending on the hunt. But we'll probably look at the hunts that have the highest success, that kill the most animals. Those will be the ones we'll reduce more versus a success rate later in the season. Some of those are third or fourth rifle hunt. Those hunts have lower success, won't need to reduce as much, if that makes sense. So as we look through that data, try and determine what it is, if we're going out with muzzleloaders without scopes, I think we could probably withstand less of a decrease than if we keep scopes on muzzleloaders.
Did she tell me timeout?
No,
no. I thought you were telling me timeout.
No, she's good.
So is another option, and I'm sorry, this happens to be in my district where I'm getting all the calls about all this, and there's a big outfitting industry. Everybody's interested in what's happening here and what you're going to propose. And so would another option be to just completely eliminate a muzzleloader hunt and just have an all weapon types hunt and mess around with the time frames and just, would that help also?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, absolutely. If you got rid of it, it would probably be eliminating the number of licenses. And so we would have less hunters out there, and just anymore we're treating them like from a biological perspective, a muzzleloader hunt and a rifle hunt is no difference when we look to reduce licenses. A muzzleloader hunt in the time frame where we would have a rifle hunt maybe in an adjoining unit, same success. We would reduce, if we're going to try to cut back 100 less dead bulls, let's say, we would look at what are the most successful hunts, reduce licenses in those hunts. Move them, if we can, to other hunts that are less successful, or if not, just remove them. So yeah, it would be a potential option to eliminate muzzleloader hunts or eliminate the first rifle hunt or something like that.
I just see that as an easier way to maybe get your reduction, because asking people to voluntarily be ethical and not take that scope off of their muzzleloader, I don't know how somebody doesn't get caught, gets caught. We don't have people out in the field in the numbers to enforce a law or a rule. just don't know how you manage that.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, I would say 90% or better of our hunters follow the rules. And so if 90% of the hunters follow the rule, you're going to have 90% of them without scopes on. You always have that issue of someone potentially shooting a rifle during a bow hunt and killing it that way. I think overall, the majority of hunters follow the regulations. If most hunters follow the regulations, a change like that is going to have a 90% impact on harvest, whether that's a decrease of harvest of 40%, 20%, 30%, whatever that be. But I do think because most hunters follow the regulations, you would see a pretty significant change.
So when you have your public meeting, would you please bring that up as an
Absolutely.
option? I just am very curious for the folks that hunt in the Southwest and guide and outfit to see what they think.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, it is a little bit of a response to public comments we've been having over the last 4 years of people getting a little bit frustrated over success of muzzleloaders and being such a high success, sometimes being easier to draw, but just as impactful to the resource as a rifle hunt. And so I think we have seen from the general premise of the public of change muzzleloader hunts back to a primitive weapon type. You'll see that more in ibex than anything when we get to that rule, where they are basically identical. The rifle hunt's a once-in-a-lifetime hunt, the muzzleloader is not, because historically muzzleloaders were not as successful. And I think what you're seeing in the last 15 years, really in the last 10 years, this drastic increase in success rates of people that have a muzzleloader, long-distance muzzleloaders, those kind of things.
Okay, thank you.
In we call 21A through B, 23, 24, those are kind of the periphery units around the main Gila herd. We call it the lesser Gila herd. Some of those are kind of these transitory herds between the mountain up on the Mogollon Rim down into the desert. And so it is kind of these transition zones. It's more of an optimal opportunity herd because those, again, the radio collar data shows these elk do move some, but they are not migratory as much in this system. That herd unit, again, is more in the desert areas. What we are seeing, and that first bullet point there, is establishing an antlerless hunt in the Burro Mountains, basically what we would say is south of Highway 78. That's where it really starts to drop off into more desert area. We're really trying to manage more for our mule deer and white-tailed deer, cows, white-tailed deer, not necessarily elk. Most likely the elk we've been seeing cross I-10. We have seen elk cross I-10 near the Palencia Mountains, are probably moving from the from the Burro Mountains south. We really don't want to establish elk herds in the middle of the desert. That's why you're seeing our proposal to increase licenses specifically in 24 south of Highway 78 to account for that. The other thing there is, again, in that area where we want to target when elk are in there is shifting those hunts later. Regardless of what we do with muzzleloaders, and we would want to make those hunts later where they'll be more successful when the elk are in that area. And then in 21B, reviewing that primary management zone, that was going back to my 17 comment in around that Monticello area where those GMUs meet, ensure that primary management zone boundary is reflective of how that population moves around 17, 21B, 16E, etc. The lesser Gila isn't optimal '34 Sacramento herd. So before I get into 3436 is the Sacramento Mountains. It's unique. We do call it two different herd units. The reality, it's one herd with different jurisdictional boundaries. And what that is the Mescalero reservation separates 34 and 36. It sits right in the middle of it. Because they're a sovereign nation, they manage their population as they desire, which has impacts on the populations that occur on non-tribal lands in 34, 36. That also, when we really try to survey, we want to look at more or less what we consider the population, the entirety of the population. We don't survey the tribal lands. We don't know what's going on necessarily from tribal lands on harvest or from population, but I will let you know, I do know this, based upon our harvest we've seen in some of these units, the tribal lands is allowing some of the high harvest that we've been able to sustain over the last period. These populations, given what we are estimating, should have been extinct 20 years ago. They're obviously not, so the Mescalero is serving as a large source population for us. It also creates a management conundrum for us of trying to determine what's going on there and trying to predict management outside of tribal lands on how we're going to do our harvest. What we've seen in 34 specifically, so that's the southern half of the Sacramento Mountains, Cloudcroft South, is that herd has increased significantly probably through time. We've tried to increase, we've more than doubled the cow licenses in that herd over the last 10 years, but still seen increase in cow population. It is probably, of any population in the state, our highest human conflict in terms of elk population numbers. A big fight between, I'd say, permittees, a little bit Forest Service, hunters. It's more of a clash on desires to significantly reduce that population from some of the local either private landowners and or permittees. Forest Service a little bit too, I think, is going to come at it this year to recommending a reduction in the herd. Our proposals on there is to continue to increase cow licenses during this 4-year rule cycle. And then one of the biggest ones that you'll see is considered moving this management from, right now it's an optimal opportunity where we're trying to achieve specific management goals. If you remember back to my first slide when I discussed the 3 different management zones, special, secondary, and primary, this is in the primary management zone. We're trying to achieve a goal. One of ours is potentially moving this proposal is to look at moving it into the secondary management zone. If we go into the secondary management zone, what it would do is on private deeded lands, it would be over-the-counter, ranch only on those private lands for a harvest. We would then have earlier hunt dates, etc., but it's try to get around this issue of this conflict on there. We probably, again, of all the herds in the state that we hear more about on you need to reduce the herd, reduction is this area probably. I know this is a pretty controversial proposal on both the, landowner and the hunter side. What we would do, and what we did on the last rule cycle when we moved a zone from secondary management zone into primary management zone, is any landowner that's currently enrolled in the E+, we would mail them out and set up a meeting to specifically discuss these issues. We would have a local meeting in that area to discuss this proposal. It would be part of our general proposals, but it would be targeted outreach to the people that it would impact the most. And so what we would do is set up a meeting in that probably Cloudcroft area to discuss this proposal on what it means, what it doesn't mean, and it would, so we would target that, and then we would bring this back to you. I think this is under consideration. We're not hard one way or another on this proposal right now. We want to float the idea. We do get a lot of I'll be honest, on this herd, we get a lot of legislative pressure to reduce this population as well. This is, again, it's one of our bigger controversial populations. Once we go out and collect that, we'll collect that before you hear this proposal next time at the commission meeting, so we could bring that back to you of the results of what we're hearing from everyone. Do they want to move to special? Do they not want, to secondary management or not? So again, this is probably one of the bigger changes that we're proposing is moving that zone from a primary to a secondary management zone.
So did I hear you right, Stuart, that you would propose making the secondary zone private land hunting option earlier dates, but not the public?
The public would be the same.
Oh, okay.
So anywhere in our secondary management zone where we have a public hunt, they occur the same time. So what it is, it actually allows a hunt to start on October 1st. So we're hunting in the rut there a little bit more. It's trying to target harvest. And so we're trying to increase harvest, we're trying to increase success. We would probably, because this area is a unique area, people really like to hunt it too. And that's the hard part. There's a decent trophy. Even though it's optimal opportunity, you'll see there, it's the bull-to-cow ratio is 52 to 100. That's a function of mescalero, in my opinion. It's a function of mescalero having a source population where the sink portion of the population on the south end of that. I think the bull-to-cow ratios will stay high even if we move it to the secondary management zone outside the primary. But we're going to see it probably more of a harvest on that first period of October in this herd. And again, we'll do our part of going out to the public and to landowners in there, because this is going to be I think one of the more controversial proposals that you will see from the elk rule this year. Targeted public outreach on that is what we'll do. Moving on to 36, Ruidoso herd. Again, that's basically Ruidoso North. Same herd, but we monitor it differently because of the split with mescalero. We do not have as much of the elk landowner conflict that we do in 34. It's not as big of a population either. You also have a wilderness area in there that probably mitigates some of that. It's also a little bit higher elevation that probably mitigates some of that. What you'll see there, though, is that bull-to-cow ratio is the highest bull-to-cow ratio in the state. We increased bull licenses the last rule cycle to account for increasing. It's a quality hunt management in that area. We're probably proposing increasing bull licenses again in that unit to account for that increase in there. Again, it's a function of mescalero, probably a very conservative harvest. Bulls moving off of mescalero, we're harvesting bulls off of mescalero onto that. But again, because of what the ratio is, you'll also see it's a very productive herd, high calf to cow ratios. We could afford more cow and bull harvest in there, and that's what our proposal will be. And then creating an additional antlerless hunt in mid-December. So increased opportunity there. Moving on to the Pecos herd, that's right here in the Sangre de Cristos outside of Santa Fe. That herd has been fairly stable. It's a quality hunt management. There's virtually no cow harvest in there. It's really driven more by people that could get back into the wilderness sometimes and harvest where those bulls are. That herd is probably more, harvest is not really the biggest factor on production in that herd, again, because cow harvest is so small. It probably fluctuates more climatically than any of the populations because winter range, this is a winter range type of a population. What the winter range conditions are, they are up above timberline in the summertime, move below. It's not huge migrations, but probably around the basins of the mountains, just coming down in elevation. But again, no proposed changes on licenses in there. Moving on to White's Peak herd, that's in GMU 48. Right there, Ocate North, kind of north of Ocate, to the east of Angel Fire. That's a lot of, it's all state land and private deeded land. That's all that makes up of that. It's checkerboarded state land in there with some bigger contiguous pieces. What we have right now is a lot of archery licenses in there. Those archery licenses are probably what we're talking about redistributing them. We don't have an issue with the population harvest-wise, but we're probably seeing an overcrowding on those archery hunts given the amount of public land that is available. And so we might be able to move some of those archery licenses to rifle licenses. I think we're about 95 archery licenses per hunt, and it's just becoming a little bit of an issue of people trying to find a place to camp, competing, et cetera, on that. The Penasco herd, that's GMU 49, that's just north of the Pecos Wilderness, going up to about, just south of Taos Pueblo. That herd's fairly stable through time. We haven't seen much change in there. In our license structure, it's an optimal opportunity. We're proposing keeping it stable. Again, that population's stabilized through time. GMU 53, that's all the high elevation, Latier, Wheeler Peak Wilderness, up to the Colorado border, basically. We used to have a lot of depredation issues, elk coming onto agricultural fields in the wintertime in the Sunshine Valley. We aren't having that anymore. That hunt was pretty effective, and we're proposing just eliminating that hunt. Right now, the success rate is 5 to 10% on that hunt because we accomplished our goals of trying to reduce resident cow herds on those hay fields. And that was the premise of that. Our proposal is to remove that herd now. So we do also have some public hunts in our secondary management zones, or a lot of it is primarily private land, but there are some public hunting opportunities in there. We're not trying to establish necessarily herds in all of these. For example, GMU 30, that's the Guadalupe Mountains down on the Texas border. We do have a herd that's starting to increase. They're increasing definitely in the Guadalupes, but they're also increasing probably in the northwestern portion of that unit off of 34, moving from 34 down into the desert. Our proposal is to increase licenses to try to probably start decreasing that population, and then next 4-year rule cycle might be more of a stabilization of licenses, but in this 4-year rule cycle, we're going to increase to try to decrease the population. 5758, that's on the Colorado border up in the dry Cimarron. That's on the Colorado-Oklahoma border. We do have a population there. We only have a rifle hunt in there right now. That population's increased some, and we do think we can now create a limited public archery hunt in that region. And then another recommendation we had is, right now 46, that's the Mora land grant basically. That is in the special management zone. If you recall at the very beginning, on special management zones, we do a ranch by ranch negotiation with them, trying to not impact our primary management zone populations. Most likely what we're seeing more in 46 now is a higher resident, we have a high resident herd in the plains. Right now those elk are not moving to the mountains. They're probably coming from the Turkey Mountains, that's wholly inclusive in 46, and we have year-round elk in the plains. Our proposal is going into the secondary management zone in that unit as well instead of special. Special again is a ranch by ranch negotiation. Secondary management zone is private land deeded over the counter, trying to account for more of when those elk show up on those plains properties. And so they'll move from the Turkey Mountains, which is right there in 46, out throughout that whole plains, Ocate South, all the way along the Mora River, etc. And then one of the other changes that happened during the last rule cycle, and we probably had more comments in the interim on this, we have these hunts that are called youth encouragement hunts. What the youth encouragement hunts were set up to do is we have youth that apply for hunts across the state. They're unsuccessful in the draw and don't have an opportunity to go hunting. What these were licenses reserved, cow elk licenses reserved, where we're trying to target some harvest. High success rates that were given to youth that were unsuccessful in the draw. The first come, first served basis. Unsuccessful in the draw, they could go and get them. The first 14 days when we put them for sale is only for youth that put in for the big game draws and were unsuccessful. After 14 days, then it could be any youth that either put in or not. During the last rule cycle, it was changed to allow seniors over the age of 65 to get those licenses after the 14 days instead of just youth. I think that comment we've been hearing more than anything is to change back youth encouragements from the public back to the way it was, is what we've had consistently on the comments of make it a youth encouragement only, don't make it specifically for seniors after the 14 days. First 14 days just for youth that were, first 14 days just youth that were unsuccessful in the draw, and then open it to all youth. So we'll take that out to public comment. Again, this won't have any impact on a harvest per se, but it's more of kind of one of those social issues that we've been hearing a lot about, and we would like to take that out to public comment to kind of gather and see what in general consensus comes in, because we did get a lot of comment on this over the last 4 years, or 3 years during this rule cycle. And with that, I would take any questions.
Thank you, Chief. That was very, very good. So what I'm looking at here is a comment that some of the hunts for youth are set aside and they seem to be later than the regular hunts. Have you seen that comment?
Those youth encouragement hunts are targeted, they're in Thanksgiving break and Christmas, right after Christmas. There's two different hunt periods. With elk, typically these are in winter range elk herds, so they're higher success. They're targeted to be high success, and they were targeted to be when kids were on break, either Thanksgiving or winter break. So yes, they were later hunts trying to be more successful, and they were reserved specifically for youth only. That, again, in the first 14 days of letting the hunts out, for sale, target youth that were unsuccessful in the draw. And why they were called youth encouragement is a lot of kids that would apply for hunts never draw a hunt, and they were no longer wanted to be involved in hunting. They lost interest in it. Some other sport took up. So this was a way to encourage them. That's why the commission came up with the youth encouragement, encourage them to continue to go hunting by offering these licenses that were set aside specifically for kids that were unlucky in the draw.
Okay. Commissioners, I have a couple of comments from the public on this particular. Did you want to go, Commissioner?
One last question.
Okay, go ahead.
Stuart, do we know how many of the kids that end up getting a youth encouragement hunt stick with us and become an adult hunter when they have to go out of the special, give you a high chance of getting something, to real life where you're going to have to work really hard and you may not get an elk?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, I don't have that off the top of my head, but it would be something that could be looked into the database to see
Can you look at
who's
that?
held.
It's kind of like the discussion we went through the Maynard youth hunts when we dropped that down to 8, and we were talking about, we let them take hunter ed later so that they can go out and hunt earlier before they actually have hunter ed, and then how many are we keeping? And I think it was like 30-some% or 13%, something small.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry has a comment, and then this is the hard part about youth. They're just a youth for a little bit once they become licensed. This last 4-year rule cycle, it was changed to allow seniors to get those hunts. So our pool is much smaller than it was probably 8 to 9 years ago. It would be interesting, and I don't know, and I'll talk with our IT folks to look into the database to see if they could track that customer catalog all the way back into there to when they became an adult. Because this most recent rule cycle, almost half of those licenses are being bought by seniors and not kids. And so those are people that weren't historically available for that, but I definitely will try to work with them to
I'm
see if
assuming you could sort by birth date. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. We'd be able to sort. I guess maybe my point was the pool this last rule cycle was much smaller. And
But
the
it would
trend-
still be interesting to see.
And some of them might still be youth. And so what would have happened, I guess, and maybe I'm not saying it correctly. 5 years ago, let's say a kid was 12 years old, they're 17 right now, they're still out of youth, but it was under a different hunting paradigm 5 years ago than it is currently. If a kid was 16, 17 during this youth encouragement hunt, then we would see if they pushed on to become an adult hunter. If they didn't, if they're still a youth hunter, we're not going to see a change in this 4-year cycle. We would only be able to really look at older age kids. That pool is mainly maybe a lot smaller, and you might bias your data results by a much smaller pool. So I'll work with them to try to figure out if there's a better way to try to look across the whole pool.
Thank you.
Because if they were 17, if they were 16, 17, early on at the beginning of the 4 years,
Yep.
then they're going to show in this, but no one else will,
Correct.
so, yeah, okay.
Well, I think it's very good that we also have comments, as noted on the slide here. We want to encourage everyone to submit as many comments as possible. So speaking of comments, I'd like to invite people up to the microphone. And this time, just to be fair, I'm going to go alphabetically, okay? So alphabetically speaking, I'd like to call Dave Kenneke to the microphone, please. And again, I think we're on it's already 1:15, 1:16, and I know, commissioners, we're not going to be able to get through the entire agenda. I know one of our commissioners will be leaving around 3:30, 3:45. And so for the agenda items number 13 through 18 will likely occur later. So, and those are primarily informational, but we would like to go through the rest of the agenda up to 12 as much as possible, So I'm going to kind of bottom line is, I'm going to keep an eye on the clock. So it's going to be 3
Keep
minutes.
an eye on me too, by God, you know.
Okay, thank you. But all of this is very important. As we heard from the department, the commission considers feedback extremely important from everyone, okay? So it's not only right now, but also on the website and the emails that we receive. So thank you. Mr.
Certainly
Kenneke?
appreciate that.
Okay.
And I know the police are keeping an eye on my parking meter too, so I'll keep it. So, Commissioner and Commissioners, thank you. I guess one of the concerns that I would have in that GMU 34 of the switching from primary to secondary is the change that it might make in the quality for private land owners with increased bull harvest. We totally support across the board, though, additional cow harvests. And one of the things that we would ask the commission to think about as you visit with the employees of the Game and Fish Department as well, is that maybe there's some increased dialogue between Game and Fish and U.S. Forest Service and BLM as we start looking at potential forage that is on grazing allotments and so on and so forth. A big supporter of wildlife, and I'm speaking as a member of cattle growers right now, are the folks that have those grazing allotments. They're the ones that put in drinkers, and it supports the wildlife and so on. And I don't know that the department can act as nimbly perhaps as it could, as we talked about malnutrition and so on, and in drought years. And this isn't a case of we're not, I joked about with folks here, that we're not all like Kevin Costner on Yellowstone, okay? These are folks that are working, providing food for our nation, and also to have the right to have a decent income. And when we have drought years, or there's areas that they've saved grass and they put in drinkers, what it potentially does is increases the amount of elk on those allotments that they're paying for. And under no instance are cattle growers saying, let's do away with elk or let's do away with wildlife. What we're asking is that perhaps when we go out and look at available forage and feed on Forest Service and BLM lands, that there's a little more communication, and perhaps that paradigm is looked at, the studies that they're doing, and that there's increased dialogue there so that it can be a win-win for everybody. We talk about compromises, and that's where everybody gives up a little bit of something for the betterment of the cause, and we'd just ask that that's considered. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next, Ms. Carrie Romero. Carrie Cox Romero.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Carrie Romero on behalf of the New Mexico Council of Outfitters and Guides. We do not yet have an official position on the proposed changes to the elk rule. However, I did want to mention that we are preliminarily opposed to the movement of GMU 34 elk herd from the primary management zone to the secondary zone. We feel that hunting elk in the peak of the rut and also providing unlimited over-the-counter permits to private landholders will deteriorate the bull quality in that unit. Over the past 5 years, GMU 34 has become one of the most sought-after elk hunting units in this country, even more so than the Gila. Allowing landowners to sell over-the-counter unlimited numbers of bull tags could have serious negative impacts on the herd quality, and this is a big concern to our industry. And then on a completely unrelated note, I did also want to mention that the muzzleloader discussion is an interesting one, and we would be in favor of keeping a primitive weapon unit more primitive. Thank you.
Oh, very good. Thank you. Ms. Alicia Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm Alicia Shaw with the Western Landowners Alliance. As you were address the elk rule, we ask that you please consider the economic importance of elk hunting to rural communities throughout our state, as well as the significant landowner investments in elk habitat and forage. 50% of elk habitat is located on private land in New Mexico, including much of the critical winter elk habitat, calving grounds, and vital water resources. Elk consume an estimated $35 million a year in forage on private land. Landowners invest billions of dollars into the working lands that sustain elk throughout New Mexico. New Mexico landowners are multi-generational landowners, and they're also newcomers who have chosen to invest in our state. They are farmers and ranchers. They are Hispanic and Native American and Anglo. They are young and old. They are families. They sit on our school boards and local commissions. They are volunteer firefighters and local business owners. They are the backbones of our communities. This is who we're talking about when we talk about landowners. Landowners' only source of compensation for their investments in elk and for depredation caused by elk is provided by the E+ program, which distributes hunting authorizations to landowners who are supporting the elk herds in New Mexico. E+ enables landowners to invest in elk herds and habitat and stay afloat. It ensures that more rural land isn't lost to development. We lose an average of 218,000 acres of land per year to development. E+ helps prevent these kinds of losses. It conserves our environment, supports our rural economies, and the viability of the wildlife. If landowners are unable to recoup the costs of sustaining wildlife, there will be less private land available for both hunters and wildlife, demands to reduce elk populations, and ultimately, as a result, decreased opportunity for resident hunters. No rule or law is perfect, and E+ is no exception. For some landowners, particularly those excluded from the system, E+ doesn't go far enough to compensate for damages caused by public wildlife. On the whole, however, E+ goes a long way towards striking the right balance. It has been an effective solution for many years. If New Mexico is serious about conserving its lands, wildlife, cultural heritage, food security, and hunting traditions, it needs to work with, not against, the landowners who make this possible. According to Game and Fish's study on hunting economics, in 2013, elk hunting in New Mexico was responsible for 1,572 jobs and more than $86 million in New Mexico GDP. The numbers are almost certainly greater now. The same study showed that non-resident elk hunters spent nearly 5 times as much as resident hunters on trip-related expenses, providing critical support to rural economies. They're a significant source of revenue for Game and Fish as well. Please keep that in mind as you look at how we allocate hunting licenses in the state. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shaw. And I think that was a very important thing, and I'm going to emphasize that we are focusing on the Elk Rule 19.31.14, the Elk Rule, not the E+. But I think the comments were very focused as well on elk and the application there. So thank you, okay? I just wanted to make that very clear. And last but not least, I think it's Brandon Nguyen. Could you please come to the microphone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brandon Nguyen, representing the Nguyen household once again. So I love this. I pretty much agree with everything that my longtime friend Carrie Romero said. Did you see her face? No, seriously, I was like, great.
Expression.
It's good. So I just want to mention something, Madam Chair. You mentioned IPRA, and I think that it wasn't clear what people were trying to say, is we've been trying to get IPRA to get information on the distribution of permits, and we haven't been successful because the data's not compiled at the game department. So what we're asking is the commission to get that data for yourselves and for us. I've been trying to get some of this stuff for like 10 years unsuccessfully, so IPRA's bothersome. Muzzleloaders, I'm a big fan of making them back to primitive. I have friends that brag about their 1,000-yard muzzleloaders. It's not a primitive weapon at all. You can't have a special season for that, so I'm a big fan of that. Also, I am opposed to making Unit 34 secondary management because, for a different reason than my longtime friend Carrie Romero, it disincentivizes landowners working with public hunters. And, you know, I get up here and complain about the distribution of private and public permits here, and part of my complaint, and what it gives me heartburn about is that private-public bifurcation that New Mexico uniquely has in terms of scale, disincentivize. Landowners and the public hunters are at each other's throats. And so the downstream negative effects are much beyond, far beyond, and much greater than, in a lot of ways, than just the loss of permits to the public. So we're not just fighting about permits. We want a system that encourages people to get along. Like, consider Arizona. There are no private landowner permits in Arizona. Zero for anything. There's no outfitter set aside. The landowner public relations are so much better. It's better for wildlife. It's better for budgets. There's none of this stuff of, like Carrie and I used to be very good friends, and we just kind of made up today. I said, you know what? We need to get along. And I really meant it. And I was sincere, and so was Carrie, that we're not going to be mean to each other. And I've said nasty things to and about her, and so I'm not going to do that anymore. So we have to cooperate. But the system causes this, and I hate that about it, right? Seniors. I hate to say it, I'm about to be a senior. I might be a senior, I don't even know. We don't deserve anything special. I grew up in a period, I drew a hero tag. When we didn't draw a hero tag, we were shocked. Why would you give us any special opportunity? The youth get this opportunity, the 20-year-olds, the 30-year-olds, the 40-year-olds. You shouldn't give us anything. And that is it. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, sir. Do we have people online?
Yes, Madam Chair, Joseph Riviera has his hand raised, and he is permitted to talk.
Okay, before Mr. Rivera speaks, and I'm glad he's, on, let me just say thank you to the public, because, again, we want to hear. I would encourage you, though, personal is important, the person, and and the respect that we share of other persons, but I hope we don't embarrass other people or anything like that, and so that's my comment.
That's important
Yeah.
to you. I was talking
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rivera?
Yes, can you folks hear me?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Yes, hello, Sharon Hickey. I have been instrumental in leading the charge to address the mule deer problems, particularly on the east side of Unit 34. There are several factors as to what that is. Everyone pretty much is correct, because it's all the things that we can think of. So when we're talking about elk, I don't know if I've ever said this to the commission, but I am 100% for everybody getting an elk tag. I wish we all could get one, because there's full-grown bulls on the east side of Unit 34 in them high open mountains, which used to hold mature deer, and in several areas the deer have already disappeared. When the bulls carry the horns, they are a menace to the deer. And so I always wanted this commission to know now that I'm for public land hunters, resident hunters getting more elk tags, private land landowners getting more permits, out-of-state hunters. I'm all for it, especially that's why I'm proposing to break up Unit 34, because we had a gentleman here who was talking about all the GMUs across the state. And when Unit 34 came around, what is 2 additional elk antlerless tags going to do in Unit 34 if you're just going to have them packed in the high country like sardines? You're going to push more elk out of there, out onto the open on the east side of Unit 34 where them high mountains are at, and that's just not enough. For those of you who do or don't know, there's the mule deer population in Unit 34 is already in a dire situation. And understand, I'm educating myself on primary and secondary. What are we going to do? How is this going to effectively be solved by this? Understand folks from all across the country want to come over here into this very unit, which I'm learning day and day more and more. I didn't realize it was so sought out after. But how are we going to address this issue? I mean, I know not everybody's a big fan of breaking up Unit 34, but what are you going to do about all the elk that are on the east side of Unit 34 that people just don't know to go over there and hunt? They want to stay up in the high country around Mayhill, Cloudcroft, Timberon. Well, how are you going to address the overabundance of elk population on the east side of Unit 34?
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, Sharon.
Madam Chair, that's all the comments we have on Zoom.
Okay, very good. Commissioners, do we have any other comments before we proceed on to agenda item number 10? Okay, let's move on. Chief, you are on with the initial discussion of Deer Rule 19.31.13. Can you proceed?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, the deer rule will be on the same schedule as the elk rule that I just went through. Real quick, just on deer biology. Population statewide is about 80 to 100,000. Population growth is driven by female and fawn survival. Unlike elk, where I mentioned earlier that we harvest a lot of female elk trying to stabilize populations, we have virtually no female harvest in our deer populations. We are trying to increase deer populations across the state. Harvest is not the driving factor of deer population dynamics. There's other things at play, whether it be climatic conditions that determine doe condition, that determines pregnancy rates, all the way from fawn survival to predation to everything. So harvest is not the leading cause, or is not a cause really, of population dynamics in deer, the way we harvest, because we have virtually no female harvest. One of the things that we do though is we strive for greater than 35 fawns per 100 does over the long term for stable populations. That's lower than what northern populations, Montana, Wyoming, those would see, because we are not as snow dependent, or don't have as much snow and winter range dependent as those other areas. A lot of our deer populations throughout the state sometimes don't even experience snow, or very mild amounts of snow. They're not pawing through 4 feet of snow in the winter range, moving 100 miles to get to resources. So we can afford to have lower fawn to doe ratios than some of our northern tier states. But the strive to stabilize the population, we need to maintain at least 35 fawns to 100 does. Again, a lot of that is out of our control. It's more climatic conditions than anything that probably drive that. Some of that is predation from mountain lions to coyotes to bears, etc., but it is not hunter harvest related. The other thing we come into is we can control, and we do control through our licenses, is the buck to doe ratios and buck age class. We're trying to maintain about 30 bucks to 100 does, and depending on our management strategies. Just like elk, we have management strategies for deer, opportunity versus quality. We have far less quality hunt management areas for deer than we do elk, and we're really trying to get at more offering opportunities to harvest. Real quick is just a graphic looking at our post-hunt ratios, demographic ratios. The bottom lines are buck to doe ratios. You'll see it's fairly consistent through time. What you'll see is adult survival is fairly consistent, but the top one is our fawn to does, so that's the number of the young through time. You'll see it's much more variable. You have a lot of variability in that. That's probably because of climatic conditions, up and down. What we saw last year, some of our southern fawns are probably born in July, mid-July, and they were born right at the peak of the monsoon last year, so it was good for them. It was a good climatic year for them. 2018 was a bad probably climatic year, but you'll see more of a fluctuation on that fawn to doe ratio. Again, probably more out of our control than anything, but driving population dynamics more than anything. Real quick, just to look at the harvest, like the previous, you'll see there about 40,000 licenses sold. You'll see where our bucks, we harvest about almost 9,000, where we only harvest 138 does across the entirety of the state. Again, we're not trying to reduce really populations anywhere except for in very select areas, like in the town of Silver City. We have a special management hunt around there. That's the only areas where we have doe hunts. We're really trying to work with overpopulation in certain specific areas. We don't have wholesale population reductions. We did see a decrease in success rates last year over the previous year. That could be a factor of many things. It could be deer more distributed post-monsoonal rains that allowed for them to not be as clumped to water, etc., especially in the desert when we had such a great monsoon season last year. It allows for more resources across the landscape, allows for more deer to be spread out, etc. That's probably driving some of our harvest success decrease last year. Right here is just a look at a graphic of about the last 15 years of licenses and harvest. That top line is our license numbers, deer license numbers through time, fairly consistent, a little bit of a little bit of fluctuations here and year, and then harvest, what you'll see is the 5-year harvest has been fairly consistent on a statewide level through time. Similar to elk, we've been able to radio color some deer in different populations. These are kind of a couple of unique migratory herds. Most of the deer in our state are non-migratory, probably more resident, again, more in the southern tier, but we do have some northern migrants for sure. These deer were captured on the Rio Chama, right around Rio Chama Wildlife Area or on the wildlife area. They have pretty distinct summer-winter ranges, and what you'll see there is very distinct corridors that they follow along to get from winter range to summer range. And that hot spot, the darker the color, the more important that corridor is, more of those animals move across that, the lighter color is still important. So it just kind of allows us to look at, from a habitat management, those kind of things. Also gives us information on harvest, when animals arrive, et cetera. Are they available for harvest? This one real quick is a longer term study on the Rosa up into the 2 area up near Farmington. You'll see those animals move into Colorado. Almost all those animals, very few resident, they move into Colorado through really distinct pathways into Colorado, up into the high country of Colorado, and come back every winter. So just real quick, we use this data in incorporation on when we create hunt dates, license numbers, et cetera, is just to kind of give why those are in there. Nothing really specific to it that we need to discuss, but just kind of how we use some of that data to get in there. So again, like I discussed with elk, we kind of have 2 different management paradigms in deer. We have kind of what our standard hunts, or what would be more of our elk opportunity hunts. Those are really we strive to have at least 15 bucks per 100 does post-season, so post-hunt. Unlike elk, we fly a pre-hunt survey. That's when the elk are in the rut. It's before the main hunt starts. Deer rut in mainly December or later, depending on the south. They rut a little bit later. We fly a post-hunt survey. We're looking to maintain that. Below 15 to 100, we might start seeing some issues with population dynamics, with timing on reproductive success, et cetera. But we don't have any issues with any populations in the state where we're below that. And then we have kind of a quality hunt management. That quality hunt management is we're trying to strive to maintain post-hunt buck-to-doe ratios above 30 to 100, means more older age class males, et cetera. Real briefly, these blue highlighted GMUs are GMUs where we have quality hunt management for deer. So again, not as much as elk where we're trying to strive for quality hunt management, but there are specific populations, GMUs, where we are trying to get at quality hunt management. Again, like I mentioned, we did post-hunt surveys. It's not really trying to get at numbers. Again, it's not like the elk population where we use cow harvest to maintain increase in population, decrease, stabilize, et cetera. Population dynamics are driven by other things outside of hunting. We're trying to monitor what our hunting has done from the male segment of the population. So you'll see it's more based upon buck-to-doe ratios, but also looking where our populations are on a recruitment standpoint, and then trying to look at our hunter success and population information to kind of determine, are our license on the right track? Are we off track? Should we increase, decrease, et cetera, based off of what we're seeing from our monitoring surveys and hunter harvest data that we collect. Going kind of specific into some of our proposals, starting in the northwest area, one of our proposals is to reduce licenses in the 2B area. It is one of our quality hunt management areas. One of the big changes we made during the last rule cycle is we standardized kind of a lot of our youth hunts around the Thanksgiving time period. Allow kids that are off break, et cetera, more opportunity to hunt. That said, there's a lot of youth licenses in that quality hunt time period that we're probably having a much higher success rate on older age class males that had probably more an impact on trophy size in there. Our proposal is to maintain some licenses in that November time period, but move some of those licenses back into what used to be an October youth hunt in there as well. We'll have probably less of an impact on the older age class males. A lot of those older age class males were being killed on that youth November time period hunt. So it'd be a redistribution of some of those licenses, moving them from November to October, still maintaining some in the November period. Another one is in GMU 7 and 9. Right now, we do not have a January archery hunt. We're proposing creating a new hunt in there. The population can withstand it. It wouldn't be probably more than 10 licenses, but allowing some opportunity, the population can withstand it. So it'd increase some of the opportunity in there with the January hunt. Another one is to designate GMU 8 as a quality hunt unit. That's more the Sandia Mountains. That's been kind of more sought after. It's an archery-only hunt in there. But it really is, the population standards are probably meeting that quality designation. There's more people that want to see it more as a quality hunt. So move that to a designation in there. Won't really change much from our license standpoint because the population's probably already at the quality hunt parameters, yes.
Yes, Chief. You know, we do focus on youth opportunity. Do we also ever consider veteran or senior? Yes.
Madam Chair, yes, we do have some veteran opportunities. And if I'm saying, and I apologize, if I'm saying no change to licenses, it means we're not changing any of those license hunts. And so if we have a change in one, it's a specific change to those hunts. So it'd be, if there's a current like mobility impaired hunt in there, we do have mobility impaired hunts, we're not proposing changes to that hunt. So I'm only going forth with the ones that we're proposing changes to. Southwest area, right now we do have one hunt on White Sands Missile Range. It occurs over 2 different weekends, the same hunt. What we're proposing and working with White Sands is to actually create that as 2 different hunts. So 2 different licenses, 2 different opportunities. So right now hunters can hunt 2 different weekends. It would just create a little bit more opportunity and create it as single hunts. And then also, what that is forked antlered whitetail deer. That's what that acronym stands for in 16, 21, 22, 26. We are seeing probably increasing in cow deer populations, whitetail populations in those units, and we're proposing increasing some and creating some hunts in there to afford that increased opportunity. Also in 27, right now we have just a mule deer hunt, or excuse me, forked antler deer hunt during the archery. We're proposing kind of breaking that out and then also creating a September. Right now there's no September season in GMU 27 for a September archery season for deer hunting in there. And this would allow some opportunity, probably low success, not a population impact, especially on the deer, but increase some opportunity in there. And then the other one is, and you'll see probably at our next commission meeting, is our naming our wildlife management areas. There's some new wildlife management areas since the last rule cycle, putting those into rule, but then opening those available. What we would propose doing on the Double E and River Ranch is anyone that drew a hunt in those areas could then go hunt those wildlife management areas is what our proposal would be. Yeah. That was the same, what we proposed on the javelina as well, if you recall. So it'd be a duplicate on the deer. If someone drew a deer tag in those GMUs, they would have the opportunity also to hunt those wildlife management areas. In the southeast area, our proposal is to reduce licenses in GMU 34. We have recognized a reduction in the buck to doe ratios in there through time. Again, population dynamics, I know I'm kind of reiterating this a lot, is not driven by harvest dynamics. And so even though we're going to reduce licenses, we don't think it's going to change. It's not going to have a significant impact on population numbers. It might have an impact on the number of bucks or the number of older age class bucks, but not on totality of numbers. We're also looking at potential reductions in GMUs 29, 33, 39. That's again to try to, we've seen some decrease in satisfaction ratings and some success in there. We don't know for sure if that was a 1 year kind of deal. We did see a decrease this year, but we're in the midst of kind of analyzing that right now. As soon as we get any more concrete recommendations, we'll continue to update our website. And that's another thing you'll see if you go under the commission proposals under consideration. Our summary of proposed changes, we highlight the date where we made a new proposed change, and so the public can see as we get more data in, we change it's highlighted in red. Here's the most recent date. So we will be analyzing that before the next commission meeting. We'll have our final recommendations to you all on if we're going to reduce and what that reduction would be. One of the recommendations there, we have a youth antlerless hunt for deer on the Huey Wildlife Management Area. That was prior to the Huey used to be a lot more wildlife management areas we used to manage in cooperation with the Bureau of Reclamation. We no longer have those areas. It's condensed just to the Huey. There's really not that much of a deer population on there. Those success rates sometimes are 0%. So it's an opportunity that's really not there. Our proposal is to eliminate that hunt because the deer sometimes just aren't there. Right now we do have some overlap of weapons used in 34. We would recommend, like for example, having a muzzleloader hunt and a rifle hunt at the same time. We would propose making one or the other. And on deer, like the other species, our proposal is going to probably come to removing scopes from muzzleloaders as well, which will decrease success, which may lead to increase in buck to doe ratios, etc. Right now in 36, there's language that says that only youth can hunt the Fort Stanton area. It used to be because that was where it was a special kind of area. We're proposing removing it. There's more deer throughout there. There's been a lot of fires throughout that area that's changed probably population dynamics, deer locations, et cetera, through time. So we would just remove the language excluding Fort Stanton and allow anyone that draws a tag in there to hunt Fort Stanton, not just the youth hunting. And then the last one in the southeast that we, as you all recall, we acquired the Pipkin Ranch, a new prairie chicken area this summer. Right now, we allow hunters to hunt deer in the GMU where they are on our prairie chicken wildlife management areas. This would allow that as well. Just put the Pipkin in as another place where it would be open to hunting if a hunter drew that GMU. In the northeast area, our proposals is to kind of, if we see anything from the biological data that would adjust warranted additional licenses or not. Right now, we're not necessarily seeing anything. The only thing we're really recommending, we've seen an expansion of kind of more of the Texas whitetail, not Cavs whitetail, but Texas whitetail westward into 55A and 55B. So we would propose creating some specific hunts for whitetail in that area. Again, we don't think we'll propose any different or big changes in license numbers in the Northeast, but that's there. If we end up doing it, we'll continue to update the website if we end up getting into any of those proposals. With that, I would take any questions you may all have.
Commissioners, any questions? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Knight, I have one question.
Turn it on.
And looking at the grid, Mike, sorry, Stuart. Is there any biological data regarding Unit 5B? Yeah, 5B with the, 51A and 51B, how those license numbers are going to get increased. I think there's only 51B, there's only 10, 15, and 15 for 3 hunt codes.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, so right now, looking at, yes, there is definitely biological data in those units. There's nothing that would suggest an increase in licenses is warranted. Our success rates have been maintaining at about 37% on that 51B. We haven't seen anything from a biological data that would say the population increased significantly, allowing for more licenses. That 51A, 51B, definitely the 51B has been more of kind of, it's not designated as quality hunt, but it really is. I think overall, people have wanted more of that quality deer hunt. Now, a lot of that is also part of that. If we go back to this, let me see if I could find it real quick. If we go back to this map here, this is this right here is the Rio Chama Wildlife Area. This is kind of 51B in here, down in this area. So a lot of those deer that are part of that quality hunt management designation in that 4, 5B are part of that 51B as well. So I think we would try to maintain that because harvest in 51B is going to impact the 4 and 5B as well.
Could the cougar populations in that area be, are they being detrimental, I guess? Because I think they eat about 1 a week, at least.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, yeah, so on average, an adult mountain lion eats about a deer-sized ungulate a week. Is it additive mortality versus compensatory? So was that deer going to die anyway, or was it going to not die? It being additive. There definitely probably is some additive predation on there. And so if there was no cougars in the system, absolutely we would have more deer. If there was no hunters in there, we would probably have more male deer as well. Trying to find that balance is definitely a little bit difficult, right? And so we, next year, during next year's rules, you have bear and cougar as well. That will help kind of lend towards that. We have proposed stabilizing cougar populations through time. You know, if that's a direction that the desires is to decrease the population to try to grow more ungulates, that is a potential that you could do, but that would come more at the cougar rule time period.
That's all I have. Thank you, Stuart.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioner comments? Okay, very good. We do have one public comment on item number 10. Brendan Nguyen, can you please come to the microphone?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Usually when I stand up here, I only have, I have 3 minutes, and I'm usually talking about the social side of distribution of tags, who gets them, wealthy people hunting, average people hunting. And so I'm going to take an opportunity to do something that unfortunately I don't do enough is just express my appreciation and my awe at how good the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish manages game. Chief Lively and the biologists, what do we have? Oren DeVouvier, Nicole Tapman, they're world class. We have the best biologists and the best management of our populations. So I've had the luxury of not having to say anything about it because they're so good at their job. And I just want to say how much I really appreciate how good they are and what a great department we have for managing populations. And also what New Mexico does better than any place I hunt, and I hunt all over the West, and I have for decades, is manage the balance between quality and opportunity. And that's a tough balance to get. Some states it's all about opportunity and it's hard to find some quality hunt. So we have, a wealth of quality hunting that you actually have a chance to be able to draw because we don't have preference points or anything. It's not 30 years out in the future that you get to draw a tag. You might draw it the first time you apply. So, we have the best department that there is. It's amazing what a nice job they do with the science and managing. And I know a lot of these people there, and they're just wonderful human beings, and they're super smart and super dedicated, and I love them. Thank you.
Well, that was very nice. Thank you.
I forgot law enforcement. Without them, the whole thing falls apart. So they're the best also.
Thank you. I totally agree. Anybody online, Tristana?
Madam Chair, I do not have any hands raised on Zoom at this time.
Okay. Commissioners, if we have no other comments, I think we're ready to move on to agenda item number 11. Chief, do you need to take a swig of water?
I'm good.
Are you ready to go? Okay.
Let's go.
We are now on the initial discussion of the turkey rule, 19.31.16 NMAC.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, so this is going to be on the same schedule as the deer. Unlike the deer, though, the first agenda item you heard me talk about today was a delisting hearing for Gould's turkey, which would fall in, if you all delist Gould's turkey, our recommendation would be to have some limited amount of hunting for Gould's turkey. We'll get to that in a second, but they do coincide, so we would need to delist the Gould's turkey first before you finalize a rule to then harvest it. But we have that planned out, the schedule is fine. But that is our ultimate goal, is to try to get out a proposal to do that. So New Mexico does have 3 subspecies of turkeys in the state. That kind of yellowish color is Merriam's, our most predominant species in there, followed by Rio Grandes, which are that kind of purplish color, that mainly in the river valleys. That green is a hybrid of Merriam's and Rio Grandes, and then that light blue color is our Gould's turkey. So as you can see, just very isolated in the very southwest corner of the state. But they are the 3 subspecies of turkeys in New Mexico. Again, turkeys probably vary more with environmental conditions than anything else. Hunter harvest can have some impact. It's mainly fall harvest on females is where our impact would come in from. We in the state of New Mexico have very limited harvest on females compared to other states. So our turkey populations are more driven by environmental conditions. Last year was a drought year, probably had a bigger impact on it than other years. And what it is in raising poults and those kind of things, they just don't throw off a clutch on a good year or a poor year. And good years they do. And they could have multiple young in a year when they do have, So our spring hunting is primarily males. Only one male obviously can breed multiple hens. Our timing of our season, we'll get into that in a second, but our timing kind of coincides. We hunt males more when the hens are sitting on nests. They're less vulnerable to harvest or illegal harvest, those kind of things. And so we time it to where it has no impact. It's basically the hens actually having fertilized eggs and then lay those eggs. Fall mortality, again, has more potential to be additive mortality impacting the population through hen harvest, but we have very minimal kind of hen harvest in this state. It's very low. This is a study that was kind of done in the 80s in New Mexico, specifically on Merriam's turkeys, and what it was looking at is kind of, excuse me, looking at when turkeys lay eggs, when they're gobbling, etc. What it shows is the peak of incubation when those hens are sitting on their nest is in mid-May. So the peak of laying is in April, mid-April when we're hunting. So again, what that's trying to do, why that's important, is our turkey season starts April 15th, runs through May 10th. The hens are less vulnerable at that time. They've already had fertilized eggs. They're laying their eggs. They're then sitting on eggs, and the males are kind of out fighting each other, etc., more vocal, and that's when they're more prone to harvest, and that's when we're harvesting those. But we've already protected that female segment during our hunting season. What we would not want to do is move that season earlier. An earlier season would potentially disrupt fertilization of eggs, egg laying, but we have the potential to move the hunt later, or extend it a little bit. You'll see that here in our proposals, where we are going to propose extending the turkey season by 5 days. But real quick, just to look at this, our biologist is still running the 2021 numbers, but you'll see fairly consistent number of spring hunters and fairly consistent harvest. We did see a big increase in 2020 license sales. That was most likely COVID related. That was right in the peak of when COVID hit, when lockdowns hit. We saw a huge jump in license numbers. We did see a pretty big drop in success rates. Whether that was because it was unexperienced first-time hunters going out hunting, or it was so many people out in the field that turkeys got wise to it, and probably a combination of both. We don't think that was anything population level that caused that decrease in success rates. You'll see our success has been really consistent through time. Most likely a lot of new hunters to the sport, success rate not as high, etc. Fall harvest, you'll see again, that's where additive harvest can come in, but our fall harvest comparatively is very low in the state. That's total harvest males and females. Our female harvest, like statewide, is maybe 200-300 birds. So you're talking very, very low harvest on an overall population. What we're looking at here is just a distribution of the number of days people hunted. So in average, people are hunting, excuse me, they're hunting less than 4 days. And so most hunters are hunting less than 4 days when they buy a license, whether that be the spring or the fall. You see more hunters in the spring. You see a few more people in the spring hunting longer periods out to 10 days, that kind of, but the peak right there, the mode, is most people are hunting about 4 days in the spring, spread out. That said, I think one of the things, again, going back to that kind of first graphic on when females are laying eggs and when they're incubating eggs, when males are more active, it allows for us to probably increase season length, and that's what our proposal is right now the season closes on May 10th. We would propose, it opens on April 15th annually. We would propose extending the season by an additional 5 days on the spring season by moving it to a close of May 15th. Again, we don't think it's any population level consequences. Most hunters are only hunting 4 days anyway, so it's not probably going to see it. It'll probably spread some hunters out. You'll get some guys and gals that are diehard turkey hunters that will take advantage of the full season, but in general, it'll probably just allow people to spread out through that time period, allow another weekend to be able to go out there. We do have some draw hunts in there that we would just adjust the calendars, just like we have always, to start on a Saturday. And then we're currently evaluating some of our closed GMUs because of population status. We do have some fall closures in there to try to protect it. There may be some populations that we can look at. Have they increased? Can we open up a limited fall hunt, or can we open it to over the counter? Are there places where we are closed? Should we continue to keep it closed? So we're in that evaluation process right now. We probably won't see much change. It's one thing that we do hear from the public comment is open up some of these areas to fall harvest, and more of our fall harvest is to protect that population segment, especially the hens. Right now we have a Washington Ranch specific hunt. It's down in the southeast area. Right now we would, what we're proposing doing is putting specific hunt periods and dates in there. Right now it's all TBD. We've worked through 4 years of working through that to be determined rule. We know what we think our hunt date should be now. We're working with the Washington Ranch folks, and then expand that to include some BLM land around there to expand that opportunity. And that's the Black River Management Area, putting that into the Washington Ranch to allow it. It's a youth hunt only. We would just expand the area where they were. Right now, again, on the Huey, as I mentioned in the previous time, we had other areas we used to manage as a Huey Wildlife Management Area. We only manage one area now. There's not that many turkeys on there, and it really is hit or miss. Some years they're on the property, some years they're not. So some of those youth hunts have 0% success. So we're recommending not putting out that draw hunt that then is unsuccessful. And then the last one, 26-27, is the Gould's turkey hunt. That's putting that into a limited hunt. So it allow opening up Gould's turkey male harvest. Probably in the first year, it's probably no more than 4, maybe 6 at the most. We're not talking a lot. Because this is a draw hunt and because it is a new opportunity where we're ever harvesting Gould's, we probably will recommend a once-in-a-lifetime hunt on this one because there is going to be a significant amount of people that will put in for this hunt. And we're not going to see probably ever a time where we're harvesting more than 30 or 40 birds in an annual basis. So we're talking 50 permits at most in 1 year, 100 years down the line. So I think a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity on this is probably appropriate to start it off that way in that designation. So we'll put that out for comment as well. With that, I'd take any questions.
That was very good. Thank you, Chief. Commissioners, any comments? Okay, Commissioner Salazar Henry.
So, yeah, I know. I thought it was pretty good. So Stuart, the one comment that I keep getting from the folks that hunt turkeys is apparently prior to this last 4-year rule cycle, it used to be illegal to shoot turkeys off the roost. And it was in the book that said you can't do that. And that's gone. So was that eliminated? I just, shooting turkeys on the roost, I've turkey hunted where it is a blast to watch them come down and then just call and call and call and hope they come towards you and not run the other way. And to shoot them off the roost would be, it's just to me the epitome of unfair chase. And so can you check into that? Because I kept thinking, there's no way you guys would have done that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, I could look into it. It would be in manner and method. It would not be in the turkey rule. So I'd have to go back into the manner and methods to see if that is.
Can we fix that?
If you all choose, if it is allowable, let me look at it and I could try to figure out when that was changed. I don't recall it at the last rule cycle, but again, it wouldn't have occurred during the turkey rule. That would have been a manner and method change.
Yeah.
I will see if it was changed, and then bring that back to you for the next meeting.
You know, the group of turkey hunters I hunt with are just rabid turkey hunters, and this is the one thing that really bothers them.
The easy answer is if you all choose to do that, we could do a pointed amendment in manner and method, just like muzzleloader, right? So our proposal on taking scopes off of muzzleloaders would be a pointed amendment to manner and method. It would not be a full overdo of manner and method, but it would be a pointed, one-line, targeted amendment to the manner and method rule.
Pointing to this rule?
Correct.
Okay.
May I ask a
That's all I had.
Yes.
So would that be, I'm sorry, I just want to ask a clarification on that point. So would that happen after, when we're ready to do the rulemaking, or would that just happen, we could do that at any time?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Archuleta, what we would do is we would do it in concert. So what we would do at the time of the rule hearing, we would have a rule hearing on the turkey rule and a section of the manner and method rule. And so you would do it together because they would coincide.
And the same would go for the scope with the muzzle?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Archuleta, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner, did you have another? No? Very good. Okay, moving right along, let's move to Barbary sheep, oryx, and the Persian ibex. Rule 19.31.12.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, this rule is kind of also referred to as the exotics rule. the three different species that were introduced into the state of New Mexico for hunting purposes all live in the same rule. There's a picture real quick of the initial release of ibex into the Florida mountains. Real quick, I'll go by the species first. Barbary sheep, 2021 harvest, we sold about 3,500 licenses, 3,300 licenses. Harvest success has been increasing through time. We've tried to increase harvest through time. We're not wanting Barbary sheep to expand necessarily into other areas. We're trying to keep them, we do have some dry areas, I'll get into that in a second, but we're trying to, we have over-the-counter opportunities too to try to limit expansion as well. What you'll see here on that top graphic is the number of total licenses sold through time. That middle line on that top graphic is the number of over-the-counter licenses sold through time. So you saw a big increase in the 2020-21 season, most likely related to COVID. People went out, didn't have things to do, bought an over-the-counter Barbary sheep license and had that. Came back down this last year. And then the bottom line is the number of private land licenses sold. The top line on the bottom left graph is the estimated harvest, the draw, harvest on draw licenses through time, so that's our specific draw hunts. You'll see we've increased not only on our draw hunts, harvest through time, but a slight, it's hard to say, maybe stable over-the-counter harvest through time. If we just had this one data point, 2021, if we just sold less over-the-counter licenses than the previous year, but it looks overall like over-the-counter harvest has remained pretty stable as well. One of the things we are proposing changing, or things we're proposing changing, right now we have different draw units for Barbary sheep. 2930 is in a draw, and then we have 32, 36, 37, 34 in a draw. We're proposing combining those all into one area and allow the hunt to occur anywhere across that area. It'd be multiple hunts in that area, but if you draw the license, you could hunt across all of the draw areas. One of the other things that we're proposing doing is eliminating GMU 34 from the draw hunts and putting it entirely into the over-the-counter. Right now we have the west side of GMU 34 is over-the-counter, the east side is not. It's very confusing for hunters. Most of the Barbary sheep are on the west side, and why it's over-the-counter on the west side is we have desert bighorn sheep that we reintroduced on the west side. We're trying to increase that population while reducing the Barbary sheep population. So our proposal is to just move all of 34 into over-the-counter rather than just that west side. Again, it is confusing for hunters to figure out where that boundary is between the over-the-counter line and the draw hunt line, and we are trying to target reductions in those Barbary sheep populations in that newly reintroduced desert bighorn sheep population. As we combine all these hunts into one draw area, we are proposing also increasing the number of rifle hunts. Right now there's 5 rifle hunts in that area. We're proposing moving that to 8 and increasing licenses by 16% over the totality of it. Why it says 16 plus is because now all of 34 will be in a draw, over the counter area, so you're gonna get more than a 16% increase. We don't know what it'll be depending on how many people buy the over the counter licenses. And then outside of that core 29, 30, 32, 36, 37, we're proposing opening all the rest of the GMUs in the state to over the counter for Barbary sheep. That way, when one shows up, hunter could take advantage of it and harvest it. We used to have them closed in areas where we had desert bighorn sheep for fear of a harvested desert bighorn sheep and confusion, but the issue we're running into is an animal shows up in that area, we scramble to try to go harvest it ourselves because we don't have a hunt in there, we can't find it, those kind of things. So we want to allow that opportunity for hunters. I think people now, we're not too concerned about an issue of an accidental harvest as much, especially since our desert bighorn sheep populations are doing significantly better than they were 10 years ago. Also proposing increasing McGregor range hunts. We work with the military on that, but overall in Barbary sheep, increasing hunts by a minimum of 16% across the board on the draw. Moving on to oryx real quick. So oryx, you'll see here, high success rate. We try to make it high. Most of the hunts occurring on White Sands military range, working in cooperation with them. Close to parity on female-male harvest, a little bit biased, more male than female. But what you'll see here is that top line is our license sales, top graph, top line is license sales through time. And then our harvest, estimated male and female harvest over there. So our harvest is our license and harvest are tracking together. You'll see where there was a time where we had lower licenses, higher harvest, et cetera. But the last 4-year rule cycle, those last 3 dots, pretty consistent through time. That bottom left graph is on the off the range hunts. So our kind of statewide hunts off White Sands military range. That top line is the number of days on average that someone is hunting, and then the blue line is the number of days people are hunting on white sands. So white sands, it's almost all 2 days on average. What you'll see is a little bit of fluctuation on the number of days harvested or hunted off range on the top line. I think probably some of that is also COVID related. That 2019 is actually the 2019-20 season that goes all the way to March 2020. So it would have been when people had more opportunity, and that definitely in 2020 more opportunity to spend more time out hunting, etc. And then what you'll see on that bottom right graph is success rates through time. Success, the top line is White Sands Military Range, consistent. We're trying to maintain it consistent. Those are all once-in-a-lifetime hunts on that area. We're trying to maintain that as a high success rate. But what you'll see on the off-range hunts is they're fairly high success through time, in fact, trending upwards. So the number of people harvesting off-range is increasing. We're trying to not get a bunch of oryx expansion. And so what you'll see with that, and then our proposal as well, is to increase some of our off-range licenses to try to maintain that. Populations are probably expanding some. Not expanding, but we're seeing higher success, population growth some. The population's growing, not expanding. But then working with White Sands Missile Range right now, we have, speaking of veterans, we do have some veteran hunts on there. We have returning Iraq, Afghanistan veteran-specific hunts. There's 5 hunters per hunt. We're looking at redistributing those into one hunt period, keeping the same number of licenses, but by doing that, it would allow us to potentially increase our once-in-a-lifetime licenses on military range right now. And part of that is because there are escorted hunts, or kind of, not escorted, but more managed hunts because you're working on an active military base with ordinances, et cetera. We do manage that hunt a little bit more. What we would do is potentially, if we shift those Iraq, Afghanistan veteran hunts into one hunt period, because we can only manage so many people at once on the range, is allow us to increase the once-in-a-lifetime hunts per hunt period by maybe 5. So we would look at an overall maybe slight increase in licenses, but an increase in our once-in-a-lifetime hunts as well. The other thing is right now there's a youth hunt on White Sands Missile Range. It is not designated at once in a youth, so a youth could draw it multiple times. Our recommendation is to propose making it a once in a youth designation. So if they draw it as a youth, they can't draw it as a youth again, but they could draw it as an adult. We have that for bighorn sheep and vividal elk. We just don't have it in oryx. The reality of a youth drawing that tag twice is very low. It's about 2% draw odds. It could happen, but this will at least ensure that those kids that did draw, they're out until they're an adult. And then moving on to ibex, real quick, there's the 2021 harvest, license sold, harvest success 25% down a little bit. If you'll recall, we did significantly reduce our female harvest over the last rule cycle. We do have the ability in rules to, with director and chair concurrence, reduce licenses to address significant population changes. The ibex population during the last 4-year rule cycle has significantly declined. We went from over 300 female immature licenses to less than 80 last year. That 80 licenses resulted into 5 females. So we were able to significantly reduce our female harvest last year in an attempt to grow the population back. What you'll see here on that top graphic is our number of ibex observed in aerial surveys. There's some years that are missing. That's just because either we got weathered out in the helicopter or some other issue where we couldn't get the helicopter in the air. But overall, you'll see these peaks and valleys in the population. You'll see high population, low population, high population, low population. We're really trying to get into a function, and that the same thing on the bottom graph is the number of licenses track the population trend. We really don't want to do this high-low, ever-adjusting population trend, license numbers, and we want to get to a point where we're on a stabilization trend. We're really trying to work towards that, trying to figure out what makes the most sense and trying to get to a stabilization. We are in a little bit of growth right now, but we are going to propose some female immature licenses, probably no more than the 80 that we're at right now. And with female immature, why I'm saying immature is we allow the harvest of immature males in the female harvest. And what the definition of right now of an immature male is a horn length less than 15 inches. We're proposing moving that horn length up to 20 inches. So our female immature licenses allow more younger males being taken because we are male sex skewed in that population. So our male to sex ratio or female ratios were almost 120 males to 100 females. That is not a we've done that through harvest. That wasn't because of population dynamics, ibex. That's our function of licenses and harvest. We're trying to get that back below parity, or maybe in that 70 to 100. The way to do it to maintain trophy quality in there is not to take the older age class males, but to take some of those younger males out of the population. And we think we could do that by increasing that, what our definition of an immature male is, allowing hunters with that female immature license to take 1 and 2 year old billies instead of females as the population grows. Again, we're going to proposing decrease in licenses overall across the totality of the population, hoping to stabilize, hoping that during this 4-year rule, we start to see some growth, and then we start working on stabilization in the next 4-year rule growth, and not these big cyclic changes in license numbers. One of the other things is just like, excuse me, on oryx, making the youth hunt a once in a youth hunt as well on that. So right now, a youth could draw it, theoretically could draw it multiple times as a youth. Probabilities are low, but we would ensure this way is making it once in a youth. And then muzzleloader is another one of these issues here. Currently, there's a muzzleloader hunt in for ibex. When that was first created, muzzleloader was not. Ibex is one where it's very difficult to get close distance to it. With scopes now allowing on muzzleloaders now allowing of almost 1,000, 600, 800 yard shots, is basically a once in a lifetime hunt. Our rifle hunt for males on that is designated as once in a lifetime. The muzzleloader is not. So people are able to also hunt and harvest with a muzzleloader. Our proposal, again, the totality of all species, is to not allow scopes on muzzleloaders. That would drastically reduce the success on those muzzleloader hunts. It probably could stay as not a once in a lifetime because the success rates were going to go down to probably less than 10%, 5, 6, 7%. So if we don't remove scopes off of muzzleloaders, our proposal would be to make that muzzleloader hunt, either eliminate it probably and just let people who draw the rifle hunt, they could use a muzzleloader if they want, or if we keep the muzzleloader hunt with scopes, make it a once in a lifetime hunt. But I guess our bigger proposal is to remove scopes from muzzleloaders in general for all species. With that, I'll take any questions.
Excellent, excellent. Commissioners, comments, questions?
I have some questions.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Commissioner.
So Stuart, can you explain to me, I remember when we started creating youth hunts for oryx. At the time, it was like, we're going to let the youth come in and they're going to hunt non-typical oryx. Broken horned, they're going to get their feet on the, kind of wet on the ground and see how that goes. And so this has morphed into the youth out there at the same time with the once in a lifetime hunter. So I guess I'm trying to, I've got friends and they've got pictures of their kids that have gotten a honking big oryx because they're out there with and it's a once in a lifetime oryx. And yet they can draw a difficult hunt here and hunt, and then they still haven't lost their privilege when they turn 17 to draw again and go for another once in a lifetime hunt on the missile range. And the same thing for ibex. So I'm just wondering why, if you're a youth and you are hunting with the same bag and with the same opportunity as your dad, it's gonna be a once in a lifetime hunt for them, why we don't consider that a once in a lifetime opportunity. These are so oversubscribed, you're never going to get all the adults that want to get a once in a lifetime hunt. They'll never get an opportunity. They're so oversubscribed. Mm-hmm. And yet we have youth, we've decided, can have 2 cracks at it.
So I think that's been, Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, that was a perspective and policy of the previous commissions to allow youth to hunt it once as a youth. Now, right now, they could hunt it 5 times a youth if they were lucky to draw. Again, the probability of that happening is you have a better probability of being struck by lightning 5 times than you do drawing an oryx tag twice as a youth on the range. Now, if the commission so chooses to make it once in a lifetime and it's once in a lifetime total, we would just eliminate the youth hunt probably. And so that would be, we have a specific hunt for youth to get youth involved in hunting, those kind of things. Part of that was some of the discussion on the whole R3, recruitment, retention, reactivation is the first part of that recruitment, retention, hoping to get kids involved, hoping that they have their own pool to put in for, get successful in hunting, get attached to hunting, have that as that. So I think that was the policy decision by the previous commission to allow youth to draw it as a youth, and then once they become an adult hunter, if they're still hunting, that they have the ability to draw it again instead of just as a youth.
So again, it's going to be important to see if that R3 strategy is actually panned out. Because I have a friend who's an outfitter who had a non-resident youth come in and hunt ibex, and she took a magnificent ibex off the mountain.
Yeah. Again, Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, I think it was a policy from the commission that just said, let's let kids have a time, and then when they become an adult, have a time as well. The same happens on Vividal, the once-in-a-lifetime elk hunts. They can have it as once a youth and then once as an adult. That's probably been in place since we started having these hunts.
So my next question, I'm going to move on to Barbary sheep.
Mhm.
So one of the questions that I got from some landowners down outside of Ruidoso who have quite a few Barbary sheep coming in and mixing in with their deer herds that they really love, and they're not that thrilled that much with the Barbary sheep. But if we're talking about wanting to reduce Barbary sheep and to prevent interaction with our bighorns and stuff, and we want to kill more, we don't want to expand the herds, have we ever considered having just a year-round hunt and not have a short window, or at least have private landowners bring hunters on, that have the whole month of February, the whole month of I don't know. What, can we do something else to reduce that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, we currently can in rule. So there's two things. Outside the draw hunt areas, it is over-the-counter year-round for both public and private. In the draw hunt areas, they can either select at certain dates, but we can work with landowners to reduce populations outside of the set dates if it's determined to reduce it. So we do work with landowners to try to that are on private deeded property to specifically try to target reductions in those populations. That was put in place at the last rule cycle to try to address that exact issue, and specifically around that Hondo area that you're discussing, that was put in there for that purpose to try to address that.
But they still have to go through the game department to get something special done to allow them to do that.
Madam Chair, what we're trying to do, Commissioner Salazar Henry, because it's in that draw hunt area, we're wanting to ensure that that people aren't taking those authorizations or tags and going outside of that ranch. So we know what ranch it is, when the hunts are occurring, when officers get a call that says, hey, someone's killing Barbary sheep right now in your draw hunt area outside in the core areas or in the draw areas, why is this going on? We know that it's happening and we know it's going on. So we do need them to contact us so we could authorize that. So we know it's going on. We don't get the calls of why is there a Barbary sheep hunter hunting in April when it's not allowed at this time where we would have. So yes, that ability exists.
We do want to maintain a certain number of Barbary sheep, which is why you're still having draws, not just leaving it all over the counter and letting us get rid of them.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, the history of Barbary sheep has been over the counter across the state, then draw areas, then over the counter, then draw areas. That's more of probably hunter desires than anything, probably. I would say there's more, a lot of hunters in that southeast area or in the state in general have asked for us to maintain a core population of Barbary sheep, and that's why it's in that draw versus over the counter.
Okay. Can we go back to ibex?
Absolutely.
So we've been getting all those letters from Joey Vega and Cecil Haas and all those folks extremely concerned about the harvest and the over-harvest. Their idea is that it's being over-harvested, that we've killed too many nannies. And have you been able to visit with those folks? I mean, they were doing IPRA and they were doing all sorts of stuff. So have you guys kind of come together with them and talked about? Because I know we have an agreement with BLM to not let them spread.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, that's right. We have a agreement with BLM to keep them on the Florida Mountains. That population that probably we start to see movement off is above 700 or so. We're trying to maintain something like that. To answer your first question, yes, we have been working with those groups. They've been, Nicole and some of her staff have sat down with some of the outfitters to discuss it. I've had conversations with some of the more vocal outfitters that wrote you letters to discuss our proposals. The thing, the biggest concern was they wanted us to eliminate that hunt this year, that it would have a huge impact. We looked at the licenses. We felt like what we would predict from our harvest, that we were going to have minimal female harvest. There was concern with the 80 licenses that we'd kill 80 females. We were less than our predictions. We only killed 5. Our predicted female harvest was 5. Part of it is what we saw, and what I think our biggest change that we did that decreased female harvest. There used to be a female incentive hunt we were trying to reduce the population. The population got so big, they were moving off the mountain. We couldn't get hunters to kill enough females, and they kept on increasing. We created, or the commission created, an incentive billy hunt. If you harvested your female, checked it in, you get put in your name in a hat for an incentive billy tag that we would draw at the next season. We eliminated that hunt, and what we saw this year, of those 80 licensed hunters, only about 50% of them actually went hunting. They didn't even go hunting this year. And so I think part of that is they applied hoping the billy incentive hunt was there. It's no longer there, and we don't have that. That's about the same number of people that hunted after they drew prior to the billy incentive hunt. So even though we have 80 licenses, success rate we think are going to be 25%, and a lot of those hunters aren't even going to go hunt. So we were comfortable in the 80 license numbers, and we'll work through the data with them with the new stuff. And as we build out this rule, we'll continue to discuss our license proposals with them as well.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Actually, just a quick question. So you, earlier when you were talking about the youth hunt, and if they got one, you would just get, or if you would just get rid of the youth hunt. Can you explain to me why?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Archuleta, there's the potential that you keep a youth hunt, but if it's a once-in-a-lifetime hunt, the same as the adult hunt, it doesn't make sense. Right now, the youth hunt is actually harder to draw than the adult hunts. So right now, there's 35 youth tags for oryx versus, I think, close to 900 spread across multiple hunts for oryx for the other tags. I think youth draw odds are about 4%, 3%, whereas some of the other combined hunts where a youth hunter could put in for it have draw odds sometimes as high as 5%. So what you would do, what would probably make more sense is to spread that out, and then it decreases, if we get rid of, or make youth, if you draw it as a youth, it's a once in a lifetime, it would spread out those licenses and increase everyone's draw odds. Because if we make it once, it would not make sense to put in for the youth hunt if you have lower draw odds and you only could draw it once in your entire life. And so that's why we would propose.
But you'd only get, if it's a once in a lifetime, I just want to make sure I'm understanding this right. It's only once in a lifetime if I actually get a taking of it's once in a, I only get the license once?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Archuleta, that's correct. Okay. If you draw the license, that's it.
So if I get the license and I don't get anything, you're done for your life.
Right now, it's once in a youth, and there's other issues that come into youth hunts, right? School, sports, et cetera, to where our youth hunters probably we see a little bit more of couldn't go hunting versus do hunt. But yes, if you draw the license, you cannot draw the license again in your life.
Okay, thank you. That helps with the clarification. Thanks.
And actually, maybe we want to change the way we define it. Instead of saying once in a lifetime hunt, or it may be clarifying some of that confusion. Just a thought.
As in once in a lifetime license?
Or once in a lifetime license. And again, think about what is the goal. The goal is to get it, to get the ibex, to get, the beautiful animal. And if you can get it, whether you're 5 years old or 35 years old or 65 years old, it's that capture, it's the game. So anyway, did you want to say something before I move on? No. Okay. If we have no other comments from the commission, I'd like to bring a public comment, and then we can go to those that are online. And I want to commend all of us, because I honestly thought we would not get through this commission meeting until 5 o'clock. And the way we are moving in a very, I think a very successful way, we're not overlooking things, but very thorough. So I think we might be done by 3:30 or 3:45. And I would like to take about a 5 or 10 minute break, if that's okay with you all.
Second.
Okay, Brandon Nguyen, can you please come to the microphone, please?
In the interest of time, I'm going to pass.
Okay, very good. No, I mean, thank you. Thank you. Is there someone online, Tristana?
Madam Chair, I have no hands raised at this time.
Okay, very good. So the clock reads 2:30. Let's make it 5 minutes. Does that work? Okay, 5 minutes, 2:35, back here. I think we are back online. Thank you, everyone, commissioners, department, public. We are moving on to agenda item number 13. Chief Stuart Lively, you're doing an awesome job. We want to hear some more discussion, a subsequent discussion on that Javelina Rule 19.31.21, please.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, as you discussed, this is the subsequent discussion. At this point, this is kind of the department's final recommendation. If you all want to see any kind of changes, after this meeting, we go back, draft the rule, and then the next time it's up for you all to adopt it. So if you see something in there that you disagree with, want to see something different, now's your time, or else we go back, draft it, and then it's up for adoption. We'll go to the New Mexico Register for adoption on June 3rd for this. Again, real quick, I won't go into detail. You all heard this. Some people here, basically, hunting is probably not impacting javelina. Year-round breeders, up to 2 litters a year, high reproductive potential, and again, hunting's not impacting it. Real quick, just looking at the number of licenses and harvest through time, you'll see the top line is total licenses, and the bottom line on that top graph is harvest through time. And then the success rates on the bottom graph. So increasing through time, while we increase licenses, when you see an increase in success and an increase in license, it's pretty indicative of an increasing population. We don't fly helicopter surveys specifically for javelina. It comes cursory to some of our other seasons, but we do use the harvest data to help us track trends in populations. Again, that data is probably suggesting increasing in population. So our proposed changes is adding a population hunt management issue. As we discussed it the last time, we're seeing some javelina around more city centers, et cetera, like truth or consequences. It would allow us to set up a management zone to try to target harvest on population management. It's in all of our other big game rules, but not javelina. It just added to it. Expand areas where javelina can be hunted, such as opening up the river ranch in Double E to licensed hunters to be able to hunt javelina on those properties. As we discussed it the last time, our statewide over-the-counter hunts with caps, they have the ability to hunt javelina during a deer or elk tag. If they draw it, what we saw was probably deer and elk hunters that drew a tag, then bought the over-the-counter tag, never went hunting, went into areas where there weren't javelina, taking away an opportunity. We're proposing removing that to allow people that really want to go hunting for javelina specifically that opportunity. We're proposing increasing the statewide draw licenses by 10%. So that would be in the kind of Boot Hill area. That would be 100, increasing rifle licenses by 100, the archery by 30, and the youth by 15. And then increasing the statewide over-the-counter cap licenses by 20%. That would increase the archery licenses by 60 and the statewide rifle by 200 licenses. And then increasing the season length and standardizing season statewide, so we'd have an archery season from January 1 to January 31st, then a rifle hunt from February 1st to March 31st. We did have 2 public meetings held virtually. We had 118 people signed up, 59 attended. We received 23, and then we also have, as you mentioned before, heard it at one other commission meeting. We are hearing at this commission meeting. We've received 23 comments to date. Most of that is in support of our proposals. Some of it, as you'll see, is a split between the proposals on removing or keeping, so it's kind of in the middle there. Some people price alike. Some of these other recommendations are statutory changes that you all do not have the authority to change, like the price of the license or meat from the field. That's a statutory change. There was some people against lengthening the rifle season. Those people that were against it felt like that would have a detrimental impact on the javelina population. Again, we don't feel like hunting is having an impact on the population. We don't see that as a concern. And then there was some other comments that really didn't necessarily pertain to the rulemaking. It was pertaining to other rules, manner and method, et cetera. So with that, I'd take any questions, and again, if you all have any suggestions or not, or if you're good with it, we will go back, draft the rule, and come for adoption at the June meeting is our proposal.
I think that's very good, and I know no motion is necessary. Do we have any questions or comments on javelina? Very good. Okay, well then let's move on. I'm sorry, any comments from the public? I don't see anything. Okay, Chief, let's move on to Pronghorn Rule. No, she said no. No.
I started reach for that.
No, that's okay, thank you. So we're now on Pronghorn Rule 19.31.15. Chief, could you please take it away?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, this is the subsequent hearing of this rule as well. I went through this in a lot of depth at the Socorro meeting, so I won't go into depth as much at this meeting, but we made substantial changes to pronghorn in the last rule cycle 4 years ago, removed the A+ system, went to private land over the counter, et cetera. Similar to what we do for deer hunting, public draw hunters can access anything within the draw. The main reasons behind that was because we had lost opportunity for pronghorn hunting across the state. We were able to significantly increase opportunity by getting away with the old A+ rule that required landowners to sign up deeded land, but also lease land before we came in. So far, we've received 31 comments to the proposed changes. Most of the changes are about our proposals on hunt dates. When I came to you at the Socorro meeting, I mentioned our proposals right during the last 4-year rule. The biggest comment we heard during the rule was the hunts are too early, they're in August, they're too hot, move the hunts back. When I came to you in Socorro, we discussed moving all the hunts out of August, all the rifle hunts out of August, but we've kind of come to a more middle ground proposal where we're proposing there's 3 different, depending on the GMU, 3 different rifle hunts. We're proposing having the first rifle hunt the last weekend of August. First of the last weekend of August, the archery hunt, the 2 weekends preceding that, and the remaining hunts, the one in between the archery and rifle break between deer and elk archery break, so that'd be the kind of last weekend of September, and then the following first weekend of October. That was kind of the middle ground. I think that met in the both of people that felt like it was too early, too late, and we met kind of in the middle there. Some of those other ones are kind of out of control of what we had. One of the other ones that we started seeing a lot more comments, Commissioner Lopez, you asked specifically to look at making that muzzleloader hunt and 52 a rifle hunt. Overall, we had more comments against it. People wanted to keep that muzzleloader hunt and not create a rifle hunt. So our proposal would be to continue to keep it as a muzzleloader hunt. That said, our proposal would also be for muzzleloaders to remove scopes off of it, so it'd be more of a primitive hunt for that unit. So that needs to be taken into consideration. That muzzleloader hunt is for all species where we would take scopes off muzzleloaders. Again, real quick, just discussing previous rule changes. What we really were able to do was increase draw licenses significantly from the previous rule to the current rule, up over 22%. Draw licenses for residents went up 26%. Here's the graphic real quick to look at licenses and harvest through time. We did have a decrease in harvest last year. Was it an anomaly or not? It's hard to say. It wasn't that big of a decrease, but we did. Probably another thing, especially in the southeast, harvest was decreased. We had an amazing monsoon season in the southeast, probably let pronghorn to be more distributed across the landscape means we see a lower success rate in general when we have higher distribution of animals versus clumped animals on the landscape, sometimes harder to find. That would be my guess for the reduced success, not a population level issue. There's the harvest report from last year that we were able to run last time. Again, just like deer, what we discussed, it's a male harvest strategy. Male harvest is probably not driving population dynamics, climatic conditions and other things driving population dynamics more than anything. Less than 300 does harvested across the state. Some of that doe harvest is where we do have high concentrations on there. Success rates are still remaining fairly high though, even though it was down a little bit last year, it was still above around 70% on the statewide average for success rates on harvest. Going real quick to, I won't read off the slide what it is, but just going real quick on the proposed changes by regions. So in the Northeast region, we mentioned this the last time, 57 has probably more limited access to public land. It's all state land in there. We're proposing moving each one of those hunts by 5 licenses and moving it into the adjacent GMU. It's just a GMU boundary line, some of the same populations. We still think that population could withstand the harvest. It's just moving hunter density around from 57 to 58. In the southeast area, one of the big things that we're proposing doing is we've been working with Melrose Air Force Base to create a new pronghorn hunt on the base that would be specifically just for injured service members. That's what they kind of requested. They've said they would open it up, but they wanted to reserve the hunt for injured service members. The other thing we would do is allow pronghorn hunting on our prairie chicken areas. Again, another one that we purchased was the Pipkin that's in the southeast. It would allow people that drew the tag in there the opportunity to hunt pronghorn on that property. And then increasing excuse me, McGregor range mature buck tags and working with the military. In the southwest area, We're proposing eliminating, so there, again, like I said, in some parts of the state, we have 3 different rifle hunts. What we are planning on doing is eliminating the second hunt and moving it to the first hunt in GMU 15. Part of that reason is with the new hunt dates, that's right in the peak of when we're flying elk surveys, so we don't want to be flying helicopters over the top of pronghorn hunters, and it would put the hunt in the first and the third period. That'd be the only hunts that we'd have in 15. We would no longer have the second hunt period, and that way we're not disrupting that with our biological surveys. And in 16, again, it's another helicopter elk survey issue, eliminating the second hunt, but reallocating the 10 to the remaining 2 hunts, the first and the second. In the northwest area, it's a really low population, a very sporadic population. Those are all lumped GMUs, 2, 7, 9, 10. We propose moving those licenses from 15 down to 10 and then 15 to 5 on the illegal. That's just because the population, again, is so sporadic. Densities are not that high. That population is probably decreasing as well. Maybe if we have better moisture, hopefully through time, maybe we'll see increase in populations, but that's probably driven there. It's not known for pronghorn hunting. It's intermixed juniper lands. There's not a lot of grassland in there. So, and then the Tres Piedras population, that high elevation population I discussed the last time, our proposal is to maintain sterile. Again, after going out and looking for the public comments as requested, people were opposed to moving that from a muzzleloader hunt to a rifle hunt, so we would propose just keeping it as the muzzleloader hunt. And then finally, these are the proposed dates. Again, this is what we came up as kind of the compromise. You'll see there that asterisk, that first rifle hunt is in, it's this hunt right here, last weekend of August each year, and then that second rifle hunt coming in the second, or the last weekend of September is what you're looking at there. So moving the hunts back for sure. These used to be early August, all hunts in August. Now it's spread between August, September, October across the hunts. With that, I'd take questions.
Wow, awesome. We have a question. Thank you, Commissioner.
Just one question. The area where the prairie chicken is going to open up, you've made sure that it's not during their mating season and it's a different time of the year, correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Archuleta, absolutely. Yes, they are closed during their lekking season, which is about right now, but it would be in an area, a time period where human disturbance would not have an impact on them.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, very good question. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Lopez.
Madam Chair, Stewart, Chief Liley, I do have a question. So you're saying that on units 50 and 52, only the last hunt would be muzzleloader, or all of them?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, all of them.
Is it possible to have any legal and one muzzle?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, that was what we put out for proposal to the public, and we had an astounding do not do that, do not change from all muzzleloader. That was the feedback we had. There was no support for moving any of them to rifle.
Do they want to keep them all muzzle?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, that is correct.
Because I don't know how many people, well, 6, but I don't know if any of those comments were from the personnel in the units of 50 and 52, and most people in those units would like an option to have an option to any legal sporting arm.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, yeah, we did not receive any public comment. Again, our only public comment was on keep this current status structure, so.
Okay, thank you, sir.
No problem.
Okay, very. Commissioner Salazar Henry?
Overall, Stuart, do you foresee that you're actually increasing hunting opportunity in this proposal? Or are you keeping it about what we've always done, or are there going to be fewer licenses?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, I think it'll be pretty stable. I think what we're looking at is an overall virtual no change. There might be some change in the private land license sales, which has actually seen a pretty significant increase in the number of residents buying those licenses. But overall, I would imagine fairly stable during this 4-year rule cycle. Since we made such a big change in license adjustments, it would be good to monitor again for the next couple of years, see where we're at. If we have some decent monsoon seasons, buck recruitment comes in, I think next rule cycle we would see an increase in licenses.
And so the prairie chicken areas are just like all the other regular wildlife management areas, resident hunting only.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, it's not a draw area specific to the prairie chicken areas. It would just allow someone that drew the license for that GMU to go hunt that area. So it would not be a draw specific to a wildlife management area. When it's a draw specific to a wildlife management area, statute says it has to be resident only in that draw. But because it's just opening the area to anyone that holds a license, it is not specific to that.
And there's a significant population of antelope on the prairie chicken?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, right now what would happen is it's the same number of licenses that are hunting in the GMU as it is. No change in licenses, it just allows people to spread out more and more areas to hunt. You might see some more people go over the Pipkin, but most likely you'll see distribution across the hunters in there.
So it's not like there's this great new population that nobody's been able to get to it.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, no, it's been historically hunted. I don't think it's going to see this draw where everyone that draws a tag will go to it. It just allows, if they see pronghorn on there and they have the license, they could go harvest.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well then, let's move into the public comment. Let's start with Ms. Carrie Romero.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Carrie Romero on behalf of the New Mexico Council of Outfitters and Guides. Our organization does not have an official stance on the proposed date changes for the antelope rule. We were unable to reach a consensus with our membership to either support or oppose. But I did want to say that we really appreciated the department's willingness to work with our organization and amend the dates from the original proposal to this current proposal. Most of the outfitters in the state do approve of these date changes. The exception to that are the outfitters in the northeast quarter of the state. These outfitters are willing to tolerate this proposal, but they fear that pushing the hunts into September and October will conflict with the landowners shipping and gathering cattle at the time. They also mentioned that a large number of muzzleloader deer hunts will conflict with the proposed dates, as well as a handful of elk hunts. Outfitters in this region are also additionally fearful that law enforcement, which is already stretched thin during this time, will be overwhelmed between antelope and deer hunts overlapping. Like I said, we don't have an official stance. These are just some of the concerns expressed. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Next comment, Brandon Nguyen. Okay, very good, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Madam Chair, I do have one comment on Zoom from Joseph Riviera, so let me unmute him really quick. Okay, Joseph,
Great.
you are allowed to talk.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Nice to hear from you again. Good afternoon.
Yes, the one question I have is the proposed changes, increased length of season and standardized season dates, January 1st through January 31st, the entire month, 31 days for archery. Is that, I take that as for mule deer?
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Joseph, that was for javelina.
Okay, that was all I needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, very good. All right, well then, let's move on to Migratory Bird Rule 19.31.8, or excuse me, 6. Agenda item number 15.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, this is an annual rule. Again, this rule is we work with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the flyways to kind of determine harvest on migratory bird species. We adjust bag limits and season dates according to the federal frameworks that we are allowed to. And the federal final frameworks will be posted this summer before you guys adopt the rule. In general, we try to change the rules based on public comment if they so dictate. And the biggest thing that happens on an annual basis with migratory birds is our allocation of Rocky Mountain population of sandhill cranes. We are only allocated so many we could harvest, and that changes our permit numbers and our draw numbers. So that's our biggest one. And the other one is we do have a lot of wintering pintail in the state, so our hunters really like to know what the bag limit will be. That's set by the federal government. This year it's going to remain at 1. It fluctuates between 1 and 2. No changes to dove seasons overall. We only received 2 public comments. We did have a Zoom meeting on March 10th. 1 member attended. So far, the only comments were support the changes, and they support the sandhill crane changes as well. On the harvest allocation, this is a record allocation we get this year, so that means the population, that was a record number as well that they've counted. Our allocation went from 831 to 988. What we're proposing doing is increasing the Middle Rio Grande Valley hunts by 55 permits and increasing the Southwest hunts by 10 permits to account for the increase in allocation. With this, we believe we'll still stay under our allocation, maintain quality hunts, and allow more opportunity for sandhill crane hunting because of the increased allocation that we were afforded. Hunt dates, you'll see basically virtually stay unchanged. People are seeming to like our structure where we have an earlier open in the north part of the state and a later close in the south part of the state, later opener. Basically reflecting freeze-out conditions. It freezes up in the north earlier, ducks move and geese move on to the southern part of the state. So that's reflective of that. We only are allowed so many days of hunting in a season for migratory birds, according to the federal government, and this maximizes our opportunity and maximizes our dates. Same in the Pacific Flyway, reflecting basically a no change structure in the dates. And with that, I would take any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Any comments, questions from the commissioners? How about for the public? Nobody from the public? Well, then let's move on to the next agenda item, which is number 16 on bighorn sheep, number 19.31.17.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, this is again similar to the javelina and pronghorn. This is the second subsequent discussion. This would be where we are making kind of our final proposed changes, looking for any direction or guidance from the commission that would be otherwise directed. Before we go back and draft the rule, the proposal is to have this rule up for commission adoption at the June 3rd meeting. Real quick, just showing, and you all saw this in Socorro, but really fast, population trends in both Rockies and deserts. Rockies on the top, deserts on the bottom. Deserts are, both Rockies and deserts, we're seeing an increase through time, a little bit of a blip in deserts, probably a little bit of disease that came in through there, and heavy lion predation on some deserts. But overall, an increase, more of a stabilization on Rockies, and that's a purposeful stabilization in some of these populations where we are hunting ewes to stabilize the population. Real quick graphic of the different populations across the state. At 8 desert sheep populations, kind of indicated by the greenish color, and 11 Rocky populations indicated by that blue, about 1,700 Rockies and 1,200 deserts across the state. Real quick, just the license distribution across Rockies, deserts, and ewes, pretty constant through time. Our proposed changes are not a change, so the way it works is there's an up to number of licenses in rule on Rockies rams, up to number of licenses in rule on up to Rocky ewes, and an up to number of licenses on desert rams. We do not propose changing any of those up to license numbers. We develop that and change those license numbers on an annual basis based off of population trends because the population is much smaller. We're trying to have a much higher quality hunt, et cetera, on that. So we do adjust license numbers on an annual basis, but it is up to in rule. The bigger changes in terms of the hunt areas or hunts on Jemez ram is this was a population that was started in 2014 following the Las Conchas fire. That fire allowed for new habitat to occur for bighorn sheep. We started it with about 50 sheep or so, augmented it again in 2017. Populations between 150 to 200. We think we'll start hunting in 2024 during this rule cycle. And we have a proposed dates of 2 different hunts, one of August 10 through 24, and then September 1 through 15. Hatchet ram hunt, desert sheep. Right now we have disproportionate harvest between the little hatchets and the big hatchets. It's in the same hunt area right now, but almost all the hunters are harvesting in the little hatchet mountains versus the big hatchet mountains. If you recall from our last meeting, we're proposing dividing that into 2 separate hunt areas and dividing that by the highway that separates the 2 mountains. We don't see a lot of movement of our radio-collared animals between the 2 mountain ranges, yet we see a much higher proportion of harvest on the little hatchets. And then shifting the dates a little bit to split that hunt and avoid, we do fly fall bighorn surveys in there, so we're trying to prevent overlapping our fall bighorn surveys with the hunters on the ground. So 2 different hunt periods, September 15 through 30, and then October 1 through 15. In the ladrones and the palancios, there is the potential, if the populations keep doing well, to increase some licenses in there. Right now, there's only 1 hunt in each of those areas. We propose splitting those up into 2 different hunt windows. to allow, if separating those out, so we don't have too high of hunter density on the one hunt windows, and that would create two different hunts, and then the drones from December 1 to 15, and then 16 to 31, and then the Palencios November 1 to 15, and November 16 through 30. And then in the Rio Grande population, adding an additional third window for a ram hunt in November 1 through 15 to again prevent overcrowding on those once-in-a-lifetime hunts when people do draw it. And then just in general, we do have some bighorn that do frequent the double E every once in a while. So if a person drew that area, we would allow them to go on to the double E to harvest if there were rams there. So it would just be included as part of that hunt area. Not a specific hunt for the wildlife management area, but it would allow people on there. And then just adjusting the season dates that start on a typical Saturday, et cetera. We did have two public meetings. They were both virtual. We had 118 people signed up, 59 attend. In terms of public comments, we've only received 13 public comments, 7 of those supporting the proposals, 4 of them supporting the excuse me, 4 of them supporting the current allocation structure. Then we had specific questions that were addressed to our biologist on biological information that we dealt with. There was one person that was against the hatchet split that I mentioned, little big hatchets, because they felt like there was a lot of movement in between the two populations. Again, our radio color data does not suggest that. And then one just general comment to move seasons out of the hatchets to figure out different disproportionate harvest, but it really wouldn't solve the issue that we were having. So with that, I would take any questions you all have.
Again, excellent job. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Commissioners, any comments or questions about the bighorn rule?
Madam Chair, can we get the public comment for bighorn
before you want to comment?
Before I want to comment?
Absolutely. We have 2 comments. I don't know if we have any online. We do. Excellent. Well, then I'll call Brandon Nguyen first. How's that?
Thank you again, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Brandon Nguyen from Albuquerque. So my comment is that I'd like to see the Game Commission stop lumping the bighorn hunt codes. And it's about a lot more than just, I'm not trying to get rid of non-resident bighorn sheep hunting in New Mexico. I just want the quota rule to be taken up by the legislature where it can be done in an orderly fashion. Mm-hmm. There's, like the outfitted, not to pick on the outfitted, seriously not to pick on them, but I'd like to see a better distribution between unguided non-residents and outfitted. Outfitters, because of the low numbers, it's either going to be 1 to 2 unguided non-resident to 2 outfitted, or 1 to 3 is usually the breakdown. Like this year, I'm confused. I don't remember if it's the Rocky or the Bighorn, but we have one hunt is 1 to 3, one is 1 to 2. So as a compromise, so we don't freeze out non-residents, I have several ideas that you could do. One is I gave you a piece of paper. I don't know if you got it. I have this crazy 13 by 13 proposal where you break out 13 Rocky rams and 13 desert bighorn rams. You're going to, by doing that, the magic number is 13. That gives 1 non-resident and 1 outfitted permit. And then the rest of the tags that are left over, you put in individual hunt codes that automatically makes them, by quota law statute, resident only. So I think that would be a nice bridge that has enough friction from the outfitting side and the non-residents to kick this into the legislature where it belongs. Another thing you could do is you could sunset the lumping of the hunt codes. So the 2023 legislature could take it up under this rule cycle, say for the first year or 2 or whatever of this rule cycle, you're going to go ahead and lump, and then that kind of puts the legislature and everyone else, all the stakeholders, on notice that you better start talking to your legislators and get this sorted out, or non-resident and outfitted hunting would disappear. I think those are reasonable compromises to try to, meet the needs of everybody. And then lastly, no matter what you do on the hunt code lumping, I would like to see you at least put the new Jemez thing in an individual hunt code and make that resident only, unless somehow you end up with 7 permits and you could have an outfitted. But I'd like to at least have residents have at least a full rule cycle of having that special privilege to hunt unhunted bighorn sheep populations. That's an incredible opportunity. You have really old rams, usually in a new population. They haven't been hunted. That's I think, going to be a pretty easy place to hunt as far as bighorn sheep hunting goes. And that's going to be a real special opportunity. You're the New Mexico State Game Commission. I would like to at least have you hand that to us and give us a nice pat on the back as residents, make us feel happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next comment, Carrie Romero.
Okay, one more time. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Carrie Romero on behalf of the New Mexico Council of Outfitters and Guides. I just wanted to very quickly mention that our organization is in full support of the department's proposed changes in the bighorn sheep rule, and I also wanted to extend a sincere thank you to the Attorney General's office for their quick and very detailed response explaining how the department's process for allocating bighorn sheep permits is in complete compliance with statute. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, comments?
Madam Chair, I do have one on Zoom.
Oh, yes, thank you.
So Ben Neary, you are allowed to talk.
Good afternoon, Ben Neary.
He seems to have left the Zoom room, so let me see if I can get him back while you guys
Okay.
chat.
Commissioners, can we continue with comments and questions?
Madam Chair, I have some comments.
Yes, Commissioner.
Oh, here he comes.
There we go.
Go ahead, Ben. Can you unmute your mic, Ben?
Yeah. Hi, this is Ben Neary from the New Mexico Wildlife Federation. And I wanted to echo also what Brandon said. We support much of what he said there. I think that as you look at the Attorney General's opinion, it's important to realize that that seems to say that every hunt code has to have tags allocated to residents, non-residents, and outfitted hunters. Of course, that's not the case. And I'm interested in how to reconcile that opinion with the reality of how more than a quarter of the hunt codes are allocated in the state, in which at least one group is excluded. So we have real concerns with that opinion, and we'd like to see how that's comporting with the reality of how the hunt codes are in fact dealt with by the commission rule. In general, we'd like to see the legislature address this. This current situation of lumping these hunt codes together seems to violate the clear language that says that a hunt code should be dealing with a species, weapon type, and time frame. We've got hunts spread over several months, and that's it dealt with in the opinion there as being hunt windows. That's a novel term to us. It doesn't appear in state law, and we'd like to see more clarity of how it's dealt with. It seems to be the commission's bending over backwards to accommodate outfitted hunters, and we really think this is something the legislature needs to address. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ben Neary. Anybody else, Tristana? Okay, let's move on to the commissioners.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
And this isn't really, well, I might have a question for you, Stuart, but I guess I just want to make some general comments about this whole issue. And I want to preface it by saying I don't want to eliminate non-resident hunting opportunity for bighorn sheep or any of the species. What we have here is a fight over an extremely limited resource, oversubscribed to where getting one of these desert or Rockies, and let's all face it, we're talking about trophy hunting rams. Nobody's fighting over the ewes. And so I guess whether you agree or not with our attorney's representation of what the legality of the hunt code timeframe and how its application, I see that letter also as an opportunity for the commission to continue until the law is changed, to be more specific, an opportunity to address limited license opportunities for different species. I do agree with Wildlife Federation and Brandon and everybody else, because I went through the proclamation or the rib, and there are antelope hunts, deer hunts, elk hunts that have fewer than 13 licenses where there's no non-resident hunting opportunity or outfitter. And there is actually a disclaimer in the rib that says, beware, there's some hunts that you're not going to get to ever have. And so it seems like what we have is a mash of applying it. Every single one of these hunt opportunities for bighorn is treated differently than every single one of the hunt opportunities in licensed distribution for elk, for deer, for antelope is being treated differently. On this side, we're saying it's too bad you don't get to have every license that's distributed, because it says that in Chapter 17. Every license you distributed shall follow, and it goes into the 84, 6, and 10. So what I'm hoping to get from this commission, much like I don't agree with what happened with the previous Martinez administration commission, the fact that they just waited so long to decide to deal with Turk, and then decided one year that this is our new draw number, and just gave out licenses based on whatever they voted on that day. So, but what I would like this commission to do is ask the director and Stuart to sit down with a commissioner or two, and or somebody like Brandon Nguyen and somebody like Carrie Romero, or I don't know how to do that, but is there a way we can take what we're doing with elk, antelope, and everywhere else and create a mishmash, a hybrid for bighorn sheep? Kind of what Brandon was saying, because Brandon and I was already over on that last week. I've already split up hunt codes to where you have lumpers and you have non-lumpers. But at a minimum, I guess.
I'll give you a sheet that has how it would work.
Yeah, I haven't even looked at that.
Yeah, so you have it.
But so, Stuart, I guess the question is, in my mind, I believe we have flexibility. And I think that's what the letter from the AG gave this commission, is flexibility to deal with limited license opportunities. And so I would like for us to explore a way to do that still retains what we're trying to do and dealing with the quota. But at a minimum, I guess one of my big hangups with bighorn sheep, the process right now, is that a bighorn sheep hunter gets a choice of 3 hunt codes, and then within those 3 hunt codes gets 3 more hunt dates or hunt windows or whatever you want to call them. So in reality, if I apply for elk, I get 3 hunt codes, and that hunt code has 1 day each. For bighorn sheep, Rockies, and Rams, you get 3 hunt codes and 3 sub dates. So you have 9 opportunities to try to be made lucky. And so that bothers me, and that has bothered me from the very beginning. Because it's oversubscribed, I would like to make sure at a minimum that is 1 hunt code and 1 hunt date. You have 3 hunt codes, you get 1 date to pick for deserts and Rockies. I understand nobody's fighting over the ewes, and residents get to have more ewes because the non-residents aren't after that. So I don't know. I want to follow the law, but I understand the confusion from why is it okay over here and not over here. We can all find some rationalization about why it's okay over here and not over here. But I just would like to find some way to not have this be, not further strain relations between the outfitting industry, the public land hunter, the resident hunter. So can we find a way out of this?
Thank you, Commissioner Salazar Henry. Before the department responds to her question, chief or director, let me kind of make it clear where we are in this process. because this is a subsequent discussion in the rulemaking process, we've already had 14 public comments, we've had 2 public meetings, and I'm never opposed to continued discussions, okay? And it thrills me to hear the respect that's going on with everyone and looking for, I'll continue to use the word compromise. To me, it's seeking resolution. So everybody should get a pat on the back. But the next step, I thought, was to go to the proposed changes at our next meeting. And so if we were to pursue what I just heard from the commissioner, a possible gathering, how would that work on the process? I don't know if that, one of you 3, either Valerie or our Attorney General or Mike or Stuart.
Madam Chair, my recommendation would be that this is pretty substantial change from the proposed outgrowth, so I would say that we would delay the rule hearing if we're going to go that way. I don't know if the commission's desire is to continue down the path of the rulemaking that we're currently on, but if not, I would recommend that we delay it to a different meeting and collect more information. I think one of the comments to the hybrid on the other ones is the biggest issue that we deal with Bighorn is there is no one place in the state that would ever meet the number of licenses to then draw like there is for elk or pronghorn or those kind of things. So what you're mentioning on that hybrid is, yes, there might be a specific hunt, an individual hunt in that GMU that's maybe youth only 5 licenses, but there may be another hunt in that GMU with 40 licenses that then meets that statute. The issue that we would, to try to mirror what happens on the other species, the hard part is there is not one single hunt in the entirety of Bighorn, Rockies, or deserts where we would ever meet to where you could do the quota if you were to do it by that hunt area, like that. So while I don't disagree, there's issues with the math in that statute to begin with too. There's issues in that whole statute. You cannot meet the math in the statute, and there needs to be probably changes to that at a minimum. So it is a statutory issue, I think, more than it.
And thank you, Chief, because what everybody's also been referencing is a change in the legislature. I think we are all in agreement that we need that support from them. Now, what I would, thank you everybody, because you're all nodding your heads. So what we also need now, let's drill down to specifics. Before we, as a commission, think about this path, it's a big change in the process, especially when so much work has already been put into this. The department, the science, the biology, biologists, the field ops, I know field ops is out there too, you all, a lot of work. So now I'm going to kind of turn to the director or to Chief, and I'm going to ask you, what are we talking about in terms of the numbers if we were to really change things? Give me some hardcore, give us an example of
Madam Chair, maybe for
who
clarification.
are we fixing or helping here?
No,
If we were to-
I guess I just need to clarify this, is what, I'm not asking them to change the biology and how many to hunt.
No, I know you're not.
We're just talking about, or the hunt dates. We're just talking how the licenses get distributed.
Exactly, but I'm just saying, what's the harm in continuing with what we have? Give me an example on that.
Madam Chair, I think you would have the status quo. That's what it is right now. It wouldn't change. There is potential other options that have been thrown out by others. I don't know what that would look like. I haven't seen Brandon's proposal. It would be dividing it up to try to meet something different on who draws the tag. I think everyone recognizes there's a statutory issue here.
Right.
I think I don't know, we all could discuss how nimble and quick the legislature branch is, but I do think if there is a change to statute, we could open this rule mid-cycle and change the Bighorn rule to address statutory changes if it happens, if that's what the commission decides to do. I think that is a discussion point, is this would change. Right now, we're discussing the 2023 license year. So 2023 license year is 2022 is already set. people have already applied. You're going to go into the 2023 legislative session potentially and maybe address this. By the time the session comes out, you're set for the 2023 season already. We're already taking applications. You would potentially have 1 year of this 4-year rule cycle if the legislature addressed this, that we would then go back in and readdress it. So it maybe goes status quo for a year if the legislature addresses it, amend it, and then you would have a different change potentially for the next 3 years of the 4-year rule cycle, if that makes sense.
And so it would not prevent the dialogue that the commissioner and others are proposing. We can continue to pursue that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, or Madam Chair, excuse me. Yeah, if you want to change the current structure that we're in right now, we would have more dialogue about the current structure. I think that was, I'm not trying to put words in Commissioner Salazar's mouth, but I think what she is recommending is continued dialogue to potentially change the current structure.
Okay.
I'm talking about a month difference in the process.
Can we
Instead
do
of
that?
finalizing in June, we finalize in July. And we're talking about two different options here. Go with the status quo that we've already been fighting about right now for potentially a year and put the onus on everybody to go fix it at the session, or change it and let it be the status quo for a year and give the onus on everybody to fix it. I would rather change it for 1 year as a change and let the groups work together to go fix it. If all we're talking about is a year, why not change it and see if this works some, and then everybody start working together? That would, in my mind, really put the onus on anybody to go fix it, because right now, everybody's had this, and one group's happy. We have flexibility to change it, and possibly only for a year. And so I would like to have that discussion. We're only talking about adding the July meeting, finalizing Bighorn there, instead of in June. It's not like we were going to not be able to finalize and not have anything ready for the RIB in November.
Okay, Director, I'm going to turn to you and see if I can get some comment from you.
Madam Chair, I guess certainly it's possible that we could delay it a month and have those conversations. I'm not sure how much common ground there is. I'm also unclear what an alternative proposal would be. We've heard a couple today. I worry a little bit about the risk of a lawsuit like the Turk suit that we had before, which would then potentially throw out the quota system as a whole. So, I guess that's something for the commission to weigh, is the litigation risk and whether you feel like you're going to get to a place where more people that are happy than are now. So I don't have a good answer for this one.
Madam Chair, and I think that having the discussion is more important than not having the discussion, and we can include the attorney to be talking about, because right now we don't know, because we don't know what a proposal would look like, to even weigh whether there would be a potential lawsuit. I don't believe, I'm not in Mike's camp to where if you do this with Bighorn, you're going to get rid of the entire draw. I don't believe that, because if that was the case, we'd already be having problems right now with elk, oryx, deer, antelope, where they already don't meet the quota language right now in the statute, where it says when you distribute licenses, every license shall. So I think we should have the conversation. I think we owe it to the public to have the conversation. Is there another opportunity? And if there's not another opportunity, then let's move on. And then it's going to be up to everybody else to take it to the session and get their legislator to change the law. I'm just asking for another month for a conversation.
Director?
Madam Chair, I think the reason that we haven't seen any litigation on those other species is because there is sufficient opportunity across the entire species for non-residents, and that hasn't been a concern for the non-residents. At least that's my take on it. And certainly we can go have those conversations. I just don't know how fruitful they'll be, but you never know until you have the conversation, I suppose.
And Madam Chair, if I may, I think one of the things that's right from my seat trying to deal with the biological end. We're not planning on changing any license, hunting, harvest, any of that. So I think it really comes in, how does the department collect that information? Who do we go out to? It really is not, this is not a biological issue type of a thing. This is more of, ultimately it's in your guys's, I hate to say it, ultimately it is in your hands to determine this bigger social issue. This is an issue on who receives and how it hunts. And it really isn't, I mean, we could help guide, talk about how things have been done in the past or the others, but trying to really try to drill down on that kind of an issue, it really falls more on that. And again, it'd be easy, like, if you all choose that you maybe want to consider changing that structure, that's where my point was, I would delay the hearing. If you all are considering changing that structure, delay the hearing, gather more comment. If you are not considering change the structure, I think we continue down the path. I think that's the easiest answer in front of you right now. Either we continue down the path of how we've been doing Bighorn, you will go for a legislative change or look for a legislative change, or consider changing the progress, and then I would delay the hearing at that point.
Okay, I'm about to give you my take and my recommendation on how to proceed here. But one last thing, there's something that you said, Director, that we need some clarification. Risk of lawsuit, risk of litigation. We know about the Turk decision, but do you know of anybody specifically? I mean, we've heard comments here, outfitters, individuals in their personal family capacity, and maybe, let's say, the hunters and the wildlife, the associations. Do you know of others that would or likely file a lawsuit if we went a different way?
Madam Chair, I'm not specifically aware of specific individuals or groups that would. I know that conversations have been had about some of the Sheep Foundation folks in particular, but I don't have any particular knowledge that any one of them would or would not.
Okay, well, I will take public comment. For the sake of time, rather than make a person go and fill out a card and then bring it to the director, just come, anybody that would like to speak, that is present in this room or that's online, speak now, because I am about to make a recommendation to the commission. And go ahead, I see one person standing up, please come to the microphone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate that you've broken protocol and let us come back and take another shot at commenting. That was really generous of you, and I don't think it's ever been done. So as far as the lawsuit goes, Turks was in, I sent you all a letter at like 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm embarrassed how late I sent it to you, and so I go over in there, and then also I suggest that you look at the order from the U.S. District Court for the District of New Mexico, and Judge Armijo's order. They went into great detail justifying, like, why have things changed when Turk precluded us from having a quota to ordering that we can have whatever quota we want. And so there was 2 things that happened. I only mentioned one in the letter I sent you, and that was the 2005, I'm sorry about the static there, I don't know where to talk, but the 2005 Federal Affirmation of State Regulation of Resident and Non-Resident Hunting and Fishing Act. I mean, that just slammed the door against lawsuits that are against state quotas. You have absolute power to set the quota at 0 or all non-resident. It is totally up to you. That, plus there was another case, Schultz, that is mentioned in the Turk order. So I can understand where Director Sloan is going there, but based on these things, you can set the quota for bighorn sheep to 0, and some states do, 0 non-residents. So that is not an issue. Okay? And really, when I gave you all these compromises, yeah, I understand. So when I gave you all these compromises, I was trying to compromise, but really my preference, I didn't even bother to say it because I don't think it's attainable, is you ought to just let hunt codes be hunt codes and forget about non-resident hunting, outfitted hunting. The prior commission, prior administration screwed this up so bad that we're still standing here 8 years later. And if you just roll this forward, and I said this to my lawyer, you're going to kick the can down the road for another 4 years. At some point, some commission's just going to have to step up to the plate and just be willing to just say, you know what? The most important people to us, especially for the most precious species we have in the state of New Mexico is bighorn sheep, is, you know what? We're just going to make that resident, at least for a while, and that will agitate the legislature. That's what I'm asking you to do, because if you kick the can, we will never solve this issue. We're going to be standing here 4 years if we're all still alive and you're all still on the commission. I'll be standing here saying the same thing again, and we don't want this. Thank you. Thanks again for letting me to re-comment. I appreciate that.
Did we have any, thank you, sir. Anybody else in the room? Okay, so do we have anybody online?
Madam Chair, I do not have any hands raised online.
Okay, so here's my thought, Commissioner Salazar and other commissioners here. I'm a stickler for the law. I am a stickler for the process. And the process has already been had. We have had public involvement. We have had meetings, and I think I tend to agree that there are limited opportunities for a solution, for a compromise. I think the solution really is with the legislature. That's the bottom line. That's where the fix needs to occur. What we have had today with the rule and what's being proposed, I think we should proceed with it. I would not delay it any further. That's my personal opinion. We don't need a motion unless one of the commissioners, this is at our discretion. But personally, I think we should continue and with this rulemaking process and proceed. Because what we're currently doing, we've already heard from the Attorney General that it is lawful. The hunt code with the two subspecies, or not two, but the subspecies of the bighorn, the desert, the Rocky Mountain, all of it there is lawful. There's no question it's lawful. Although I respect that there are people that disagree with the Attorney General's opinion. But at this point in time, I'm obligated as a commissioner to take the legal advice, not of the members of the public. And so I'm ready to proceed. I'm ready to proceed with the process. And I would like to very unequivocally and strongly, I'm looking for a better word than strong, ask the legislature to step in. But we're already going to be doing that maybe anyway with the Chapter 17, but.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Go ahead. You haven't said anything.
I'm taking it all in. But I do actually have a question for Stuart. Stuart, in the process, I actually have a couple questions. Maybe I'm just trying to noodle them and get them to a way that they're actually articulate. But when you're in the public hearings and the comments that you've had, was there any recommendation that you saw that you were encouraged by and thought, that's an interesting thought, that's something that maybe as this went to the legislature, that could possibly work as a fix?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Archuleta, when I go through a lot of the public comments, so I'm going from my perspective, I'm looking at, okay, what does that mean from the population? What does that, and so there are definitely opinions one-sided or the other. And there's strong opinions one side or the other that we don't have enough non-resident opportunity or not enough resident opportunity. I think there is issues, and that's why I said that you can't make it's very difficult to make the statutory intent fit with bighorn. The intent is to have I think the intent, and I'm saying this as a non-legislator and I'm a policy legal. I think the
Because you're a
intent was to have
scientist, you're
some,
approaching
some
it
of
as
it
a
was to have
scientist.
some non-resident opportunity.
Right.
And so I think that's where the lumping came in, was to try to create and make sure there was some non-resident opportunity. What that opportunity should it be 90-10, 90% resident, 10% non-resident? I think there is some things that the legislature can take from neighboring states where if there's only one license in there, a non-resident can't have that opportunity, right? So there's some statutes that discuss on how that opportunity could occur if it's so limited, like bighorn sheep or moose in other states or Rocky Mountain goats. So yes, there are ideas that have been thrown out during this process that all will take statutory changes, I think. And that's the difficult part is right now. No matter what you do, it's going to have a gray line around the statutory issue right now, no matter what. So there's grayness around what's going on with how draw happens for bighorn. Any changes that you do will be grayness around it because there is not the resource to get it out there. So.
It's the round peg in the square, or the square peg into the round hole. I know it's not as conducive to fitting the criteria that we're looking for.
And what I was going to say, Commissioner, is that the statute, and if I may just take a few minutes to read, it specifically says, beginning with the licenses issued from a special drawing for a hunt code that commences on or after April 1st, 2012, licenses shall be issued as follows. Shall be issued. There's no wiggle room. It doesn't say based on how many or how many applications. It doesn't give those conditions or those nuances. Then there are the subsequent paragraphs that are 10% of the licenses to be drawn by non-residents and residents who will be, and then 6% of the licenses to be drawn by non-residents who are not required or to be contracted with an outfitter, and a minimum of 84% of the licenses shall be issued to the resident.
Has the word minimum, significant.
So, again, this is the specific language. Okay.
So, one more question, Stuart. And when a permit is applied for and it goes through the draw process, which is computerized and random, and so it goes through how many options so if I get 3 picks, correct? And for all the areas?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Archuleta, so the way it works is there's 3 separate hunt codes for bighorn sheep right now. Actually, 4 hunt codes for bighorn sheep. There's a hunt code for Rocky Mountain rams.
Right. And I'm sorry to ask you, I know you've walked me through this again.
That's fine. It's fine. There's a hunt code for Rocky Mountain rams. There's a hunt code for desert rams. There's a hunt code for rifle U hunts for Rockies, and a hunt code for archery U hunts for Rocky U's. You have 3 choices of a hunt code. So let's say if you've ever drawn a Rocky bighorn or a desert bighorn, you cannot apply for those ever again.
So
that choice is not there. Let's say I'm me, I've never drawn for a Rocky ram or desert ram. I could put in my first choice, the Rocky ram, and then I put down my top 3 choices of where I'd want to hunt and when. My second choice maybe is desert ram, and I put down my top 3 choices of where and when I'd want to hunt. And maybe my third choice is archery ewes. Or maybe I would rather hunt desert sheep more than Rockies, then I put my desert ram choice first and then Rockies second. So that's the general process of how it works for bighorn draw.
And then if my number gets pulled.
So if your number gets pulled, the way it works is all the applications at all the time get sorted and everything gets a random number.
Okay.
Let's say we go to application number 1. The application that got number 1, maybe it was an elk application. We look at that hunt code, their number 1 choice. Is it full? Yes or no? Authorize it to them. When it comes to bighorn, let's say I was application number 10,502. At 10,502, I had bighorn sheep, Rocky ram first. It looks at my first hunt area and says, is it available? If it is, I get awarded the license. If it's not, it moves on to my second area. Did you receive, is it available, yes or no? If it's not, it moves on to my third, and so on and so forth. Then it moves on, if nothing is available for Rocky Rams, it moves on to Desert Rams, if that was my second hunt choice. Maybe I'm only interested in Rockies, so I only put in the Rocky coin. If I put in deserts, it would go through the deserts and do that same. It has to have one of those hunt time areas available for me to be awarded the license.
And how often are you seeing the opportunity where people are saying they only want they want a ram, no matter what? They don't want anything else?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Archuleta, is very different depending on so if I've drawn a Rocky Ram, I can never put in, so obviously I'm going for the Desert Ram. There's also, especially in the non-resident side of things, so there is a significant amount of non-residents that put into the New Mexico draw to draw a sheep hunt. New Mexico is one of the few states that has desert Mexicana subspecies rams, and so we have a high demand for desert sheep. So you might see non-residents only putting in for desert sheep, not putting in for Rockies, or vice versa. They already killed a Rocky in some other states, so desert in some other states, so they're only putting in for Rockies. So it's very individual based on how an application works.
And we don't have any collaborative work with any other states, so if I've already gotten a Rocky in Colorado, I can ostensibly get a Rocky here, I could potentially get a Rocky in Montana. Okay. I'll stop because I know Commissioner has to go, and so I don't want to keep asking questions just for, I can ask you offline.
Exactly, and I am so sorry.
I guess I just
noticed
want
the
to
time.
close with my comments is that I was in the same meeting as the rest of the commission with the AG on the letter. And so what I'm asking for is not illegal for a discussion. I also believe that that's one of the privileges of being a commission in rule hearings. If there's some new idea, some significant change which is why he keeps telling us, if you have anything different, you have to say it now because we have one more public meeting before I come for the rule hearing. So I'm not out of line in asking that we have one more conversation. All it does is move this one species into July. I still think it's worth a conversation to have. Because another thing that can come from that conversation is an agreement on how to fix the statute. And so I just want that opportunity.
I know, and I want to say thank you, Commissioner Salazar Henry, you've made that.
Is it an option, I'm so sorry, but is there an option to make the next public conversation or public hearing exactly what she's asking for?
Well, but then we delay the process.
It doesn't, if there's one more hearing already, there's one more hearing scheduled, correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Archuleta, basically it has to be a logical outgrowth from today's meeting. So because if it's going to be a change in course, our proposal all along has been stay the course of the way we do hunt codes. If you're going back out and saying, let's do something different, that's where I would recommend, because we have to draft the rule, post the rule on our website and take comments. If we were going to change how the draw structure works, we'd have to draw a different kind of rule for comment. And so that's why if you all choose to get more information, and Commissioner Salazar Henry's right, if you all want to continue to discuss it, that's why we're saying delay the hearing, delay it probably until August, I would, or in that time period, or potentially later. But my guess is it would not come up at the June meeting. You would take that specific scoped item. I guess that's the other recommendation, if you all decide to do that, is you would take a specific path only on that, because we've taken comments on everything. But yes, it would be a different procedure than what we drafted in the rule today if we left, right?
Okay, Commissioner Salazar Henry, I know you have to leave. If we do not have a motion and we do not have a vote, then we are proceeding as is.
I would like a motion and a vote.
Well, you're getting up to leave, okay.
I've already sent a message that I'm 10 minutes behind.
Oh, perfect, okay.
I would like to just.
Exactly. We're in agreement. We're in agreement. I think we need some clarity in the outcome of where we are going. And out of respect for everyone, I want to say thank you, okay? So let me clarify what I think I heard his answer was for the commission. if we proceed with a delay and we proceed to consider different things, we start all over. We cannot continue with this rule. In other words, whatever outcome we have in about a month, then it needs to be reposted again.
Madam Chair, it wouldn't be a complete start over, but yes, it would be delayed at least. And the earliest I see taking action would be August now.
And if we take action in August, that's the finalization of the rule, correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Archuleta, that is correct. So what would have to happen? August is a quick timeline given your schedule. You have a meeting on June 3rd, if I'm correct off the top of my head, June 3rd.
And in July.
Between now and June 3rd would be your time to, if you choose that you don't like the current proposal or you want to get more information to determine that you maybe would go a different one.
Okay.
There would be a period where we would collect information on that specific topic, how we lump and draw. You would then get input, and then we would come back to you and put this now on the June agenda, and then you would make that, hopefully at that June time, say this is the direction we direct the department to go. We draft the rule, post it, because you do not have a July meeting, you would post it. I don't believe.
No, we do not.
We do, I thought we have one in Ruidoso.
Oh, we do. June 3rd is Eagle Nest, July 22nd is Ruidoso.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, I apologize. You did not have enough time to meet the registered deadlines to have a hearing in July.
That's correct.
If you're going to hear them in June, in order to post the register and require 30-day notice, the earliest you would be able to act on is August.
That's fine, but we're still hearing, we're finalizing elk in October. So it's not out of the realm of considering a discussion. And it may be in June, we may come back and say, no, we don't like anything, nothing fits, nobody's happy, right? It's also the opportunity to say that, and then you're back to your original proposal. So can we take a vote, because I have to go.
Okay, what is your motion? Or commissioners, yeah.
Well, I'd just like to make a motion that the game department go back and work with the public to see if there is another way to redraw, restructure the bighorn sheep hunt codes to allow sort of a hybrid, like some of them are, you can't apply for them as a non-resident, and some of them are the mashed hunt codes, and see if that's, with some legal counsel also, that's doable. I mean, there's an attorney in the department, so you can have them as part of the discussion. And come back in June with whether something's working or not, or you found a solution, and then we can decide whether to move on. That's my motion.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Director, can you please do a roll call vote?
Okay. Commissioner Salazar Henry.
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Archuleta.
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
No.
Motion fails, I believe, on a 3-1 vote.
The motion fails?
So, I'm going to have to defer to the AG's office, but I believe we've had previous discussions wherein, because the vote is of the 7-member commission, you have to have 4 to pass anything.
I'm done. We've been voting on stuff all day without 7.
No, but we've all been voting.
All day on everything.
But unanimously. We've had all 4 commissioners voting unanimously.
So I appreciate the commission,
There's an interpretation that there are 4, that a majority of the commission must vote in order for a motion to carry. So since the quorum of members is 4, and the number of assigned commissioners to the commission as a whole is 7, you need 4 votes to carry a motion.
So the motion does not carry because there were 3 voting in favor of the motion.
Right, you did not achieve the 4.
Okay.
Because in order for the commission to do anything, it needs 4 members to agree to any motion. Thank you.
One the most disappointing moments. You shouldn't have done that. You did not listen to the public. It's shameful.
Doesn't get to do that. You've been very, very gracious. That's not okay.
So, continuing with this agenda item, I'm not sure there's any more discussion or vote. We can't. We no longer have a quorum, but we can continue with the agenda, which is for general public comment. Do we have anybody present who would like to come forward? Do we have anyone online who would like to speak?
Madam Chair, I just sent them a note to raise their hand if they'd like to speak. Can we give them just a minute to raise their hand if they choose to?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tristana, do we have anybody online?
I do not have any hands raised.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So now we have the last agenda item, number 18, new business. Commissioners, anybody, any new business to bring forward?
I have one, Madam Chair.
Please.
Madam Chair, I'm just hoping that we can get a preview of the budget proposal presentation at either our next commission meeting or so we can get everything squared away. That's all I have.
I'm sorry, say that again?
A presentation of a preview of our budget proposal.
Oh, okay. Director?
Madam Chair, so the budget proposal, and Paul can help me out here maybe, is generally due in August. We usually bring that before the commission in August after it's been vetted through the executive. So I'm not 100% sure. We can certainly have a discussion with the commission about where the commission would like to see an emphasis in our budget, but I don't know that we can talk specific numbers or specific presentation.
And thank you, and I appreciate Chief coming forward. Before he says anything, let me ask you, Commissioner Lopez, what specifically are you looking for?
The whole thing,
Meaning what?
the entire budget. what we have.
And so they're saying the timing is not right?
Madam Chair, the budget for the department is due September 1st by statute. The issue is we don't get direction from the executive until pretty close to that date. So unless we have a budget that we'd like to submit or some direction from the commission, we could put something together.
Just a preview of what we're looking at, projections, something.
Projections? Okay, just projections is what I hear the commissioner requesting.
Okay.
Okay, so then we'll go ahead and make a note on that for our agenda for next meeting. Thank you. Okay. Anything else?
I think that's it.
Okay. Well, our next meeting is on June 3rd in Eagle Nest, New Mexico, which is a beautiful part of every place in New Mexico is beautiful. It's the land of enchantment. This meeting, I don't think we need a motion. This meeting is hereby adjourned.